Thank you for joining us for November 2nd, 2021 Board of County Commissioners meeting here in Palm Beach County. We'll start with agenda item 1A, roll call. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Bernard,
Here.
Mayor Kerner,
Here.
Commissioner Marino,
Here.
Commissioner McKinley. Here. Commissioner Sachs. Here. Vice Mayor Weinroth,
I'm present.
Commissioner Weiss.
Here.
Thank you.
Very good. We do have a quorum with 7 county commissioners present in the chamber. We'll move to agendas item 1B and 1C, invocation and pledge of allegiance. If you'll please join me in rising. Dear God, we are thankful for this day that you have given us, for its blessings, its opportunities, and its challenges. We pray for strength and guidance for each day as it comes, for each day's duties, for each day's problems. May we be challenged to give our best always, and may we be assured of your presence with us. Also, please welcome our very special guest, Mr. Ben Ferenz, and watch over him as he has watched over us. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Move to agenda item 2A, additions, deletions, and substitutions to the agenda. Madam Administrator, you're recognized.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the board, there are no additions, substitutions, or deletions for today.
Vice Mayor Weinroth, you're recognized for an addition, deletion, or substitution.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask for a reordering of the agenda on special presentations today. I'd like to move 5F1 to prior to 4B, so we'll call it 4A1.
The original agenda item was 5F1,
Right.
and we want to reorder it to the special presentations found on
Special
page 34.
presentations between A and B.
Are there any further deletions, additions, or substitutions? Is there a motion? Motion by Commissioner Weiss, second by Vice Mayor Weinroth to reorder the agenda. With 5F1 now found on special presentations starting on page 34. All in favor, all opposed. The agenda is reordered 7-0. We'll move now to the consent agenda found on page 7 through 33. Would any member of the board like to pull any item from the consent agenda?
Mayor, I'm going to move the consent agenda as presented.
Very good. Commissioner McKinley, you're recognized.
Yes, I wanted to pull an item, item 3S1.
3S1 is pulled from the consent agenda. Any further commissioner would like to pull any item? 3S1 has been pulled. We'll go ahead and move forward. The consent agenda moved by Vice Mayor Weinroth and seconded by Commissioner Marino. For all items on the consent agenda minus 3S1, there's no further comments by members of the board. All in favor, all opposed. The consent agenda passes 7-0 minus 3S1. Do you know what page 3S1 is found on, Commissioner?
Page 29.
29. All right, you recognize Commissioner McKinley.
Yes, thank you. 29, I'm sorry, item 3S1 on page 29 is a motion to approve a memorandum of agreement with the Children's Services Council providing funding for the Drowning Prevention Coalition. In light of the horrible tragedy in Belglade, I was just wondering, for the sake of the public, if the fire chief and the Children's Services Council might be able to give us a little bit of information about how they use this funding.
Very good. Chief Dern, you recognized.
And before he speaks, also let me recognize one of my esteemed mayors from the Glades, the mayor of South Bay, Joe Kiles, is in the audience today.
Thank you
Mayor.
for being here with us, Mayor, and of course, your right-hand man, Sergeant Johnny Ortiz. We're delighted to have you both here today. Thank you for joining us here in West Palm Beach. Chief Dern, you're recognized, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, and as well as County Administrator. Commissioner McKinley, I can't say how much the impact of the loss of those 2 children in Belglade had, obviously, on those family members, and our heartfelt desires of best wishes go out to them. We're also very concerned equally with our firefighters that responded, as well as PBSO and their efforts to resuscitate those children. I brought along with me today Anna Stewart. She manages that program, done a tremendous job. We're going to continue to push as hard and aggressively as we can towards sending resources into the Glades. And if you have any other thoughts or ideas, I'd love to meet with you offline and discuss any other resources we can give you. In the event you think there's more that can be done, we're certainly open and receptive to that. So with that, I'd like to introduce Anna Stewart.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to all of you today. So obviously what happened in the Glades area was an extreme tragedy that could have been prevented, and we want to prevent, further drowning incidences throughout Palm Beach County. But as it relates to the Glades area, we work closely with the Children's Services Council and their Bridges program to get out to the community the importance of water safety and drowning prevention through our land-based water safety program, where we provide information on the ABCDs of water safety. Because of COVID, we've been doing things virtually, but now we're going to get back into the land-based program where we actually physically go in person using COVID precautions to educate the residents about being safe in and around the water. We also want to work with PBSO, as well as the Federation of Families, the Health Department, DCF, any public-private partnership organizations that we can work with to spread the word on water safety. Our intention is to do so. We do provide free reduced-cost swim lessons out in the Glades area, utilizing the Pioneer Park Aquatic Center. Our voucher program, where families usually are required to use a voucher for swimming lessons, that is not needed out in the Glades area. Residents, all they have to do during the summertime when Pioneer Park is open is go to the aquatic facility and sign their children up ages 2 through 12 for swim lessons, and we will pay for those swimming lessons. And one of the things that the Board of County Commissioners, we're grateful for your support, is we're providing caregiver swimming lessons as well for those children that are offered swimming lessons. The caregivers are offering swimming lessons as well.
One of the little boys who passed was 2 years old. Are there any opportunities to provide swim lessons in the Glades area? I mean, I know my goddaughter is taking them, and she's started at 9 months old. Are there opportunities like that in the Glades?
Well, the Pioneer Park Aquatic Center, they offer swimming lessons, from my understanding, from ages 6 months to adult swim lessons. Our program starts at 2 years of age, where it's a parent and taught class. So an adult is actually physically in the water with a child, and it's more of a water acclimation type programming, blowing bubbles, getting their face wet and things of that nature. It's not until 3 when they start learning the fundamentals of learning how to swim. But the opportunity is there. It's a summer program. So year round, we do offer swimming lessons in Palm Beach County, but it's kind of more like the YMCA, the Lake Lytle swimming pools on kind of more the eastern side of the county, where we offer swimming lessons year-round.
And for the program in the summertime in the Glades, what are the hours that those programs are offered in the days of the week?
It depends on their staffing, Ms. McKinley, so I'm not 100% sure at this time what those hours are.
Okay, can you get that information back to me? Because I'd like to see opportunities provided on a little more of a year-round basis, at least in the warmer months of the year, maybe not early spring, but summer and fall. I want to make sure that there's ample opportunity for flexibility when those are offered, understanding that not everybody is working Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. And so whatever we can do to make it more accessible for families in the Glades that don't have the YMCAs and the Jewish community centers and the other types of facilities that we have here on the coast to access those services.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for everything that you are doing. Even though we did lose lives, you're saving lives every day. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 3S1.
A motion by Commissioner McKinley on 3S1, seconded by Commissioner Marino. There's no comments by members of the board. All in favor, all opposed, the motion passes 7-0. Very good. Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. We'll go now to agenda item 4, found on page 34. Special presentations. We'll start with 4A, proclamation declaring November 5th, 2021 as Benjamin Ferencz Law Not War day in Palm Beach County. I'd like to start by reading a brief description of his life and background, and then if the members of the board will indulge me in a video that will play here in chambers only. Mr. Ferenz graduated from Harvard Law School in 1943 and enlisted in the United States Army, where he earned numerous medals during World War II. In 1945, Mr. Ferenz was assigned to General Patton's Third Army to establish a war crimes branch and was present during or soon after the liberation of several concentration camps. Benjamin Ferenz was later tasked by General Taylor to be the chief prosecutor in the Nuremberg war trials, known as the biggest murder trial in history, where he led the prosecution of 22 members of the SS Eisengruppen, a group that murdered more than 1 million people. All 22 on trial were convicted, and 13 of them received death sentences. Following the war, Mr. Ferenz participated in the establishment of reparations and rehabilitation programs for the victims of Nazi atrocities, reparations agreements between Israel and West Germany, and the establishment of the International Court to prosecute perpetrators of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Benjamin Ferenz has dedicated his life to peace and helping the victims of war crimes. He is the last surviving individual of all the prosecutors at Nuremberg trials and currently resides in Delray Beach. We're delighted and honored to have him here with us today, sir. We're going to play this video. I'll warn you, as the content is graphic as you can imagine, as graphic as World War II and the Holocaust was, so some of these images are displayed here, and they'll be displayed here only in chambers. Ferenz. Mr. Ferenz, I have the pleasure of having Commissioner Maria Sachs, District 6, join me in this presentation. We have a special surprise for you in addition to the proclamation. So we're going to step down from the dais, and we're going to read something into the record to honor your service to this country and to the world, and then present you with a special gift. Commissioner Sachs. This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, declaring November 5th, 2021 as Benjamin Ferenz Law Not War Day. Whereas after graduating from Harvard Law School in 1943, Benjamin Beryl Ferenz enlisted in the United States Army, where he earned 5 medals after participating in numerous battles in the European theater that included D-Day, Siegfried Line, the Battle of Remagen, and the Battle of the Bulge. Whereas in 1945, after the Allies uncovered the extent of Nazi atrocities, Benjamin Ferenz was assigned to the Third Army, commanded by General Patton, to establish a war crimes branch of the Army. He was present at or arrived soon after the liberation of several concentration camps, including Buchenwald and Mauthausen. And whereas at the age of 27, Benjamin Ferenz was tasked by General Taylor to be the chief prosecutor in what the Associated Press called the biggest murder trial in history, where he led the prosecution of 22 members of the SS Eisengruppen, responsible for murdering over 1 million persons, mostly Jews. All 22 defendants were found guilty. And whereas after completion of the Nuremberg war trials, Benjamin Ferenz participated in the establishment of the repatriation and rehabilitation programs for the victims of Nazi atrocities, the reparations agreement between Israel and West Germany's restitution law of 1953, and he advocated for the establishment of a permanent international court to prosecute perpetrators of genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and crimes of aggression. And whereas it is said, when a person's eyes have witnessed the horrors of war, their heart prays for peace. Benjamin Ferenz has not just prayed for peace, but has devoted his life to peace and victims of war crimes. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled in regular session on the second day of November 2021, that November 5th, 2021 in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed Benjamin Ferenz Law Not War Day.
Mr. Ferenz, we spelled it right?
I hope so.
This is an honor. This is an honor of you and all that you have done in your life for the people of the Jewish people, the American people, and for the sake of hope and peace. Sir, you are a hero when we so need heroes in our society today. You're also a living testament to what occurred in the Holocaust. May your statements, your testimony, and your memories be always the future ahead of us so that it never, never happens again. Sir, we honor you. Thank you.
I want to thank all of you for this overwhelming reception and how you expressed your support for what we have all been trying to do. I don't want to repeat what you've heard on the screen, but just to tell you my personal feeling as I sat in the courtroom and prepared the trial against 22 out of 3,000 members of the special extermination squads known as Einsatzgruppen action groups, so you'd know what their assignment was. Their assignment was to kill, without pity or remorse, every single Jewish man, woman, and child they could catch. And that's what they did. The Germans were very methodical. They kept a record of which unit killed how many people in which town. The mistake they made, I found the record. And with that record, I went to the man in charge, General Telford Taylor. We were later law partners in New York. I said, you have to put on another trial. He said, we can't. The Pentagon has already approved 12 trials after the International Military Tribunal in which the 4 nations were involved. He said, and they're not likely to approve another case. I said, you can't let these guys go. I have here in my hand proof of 1 million murders. You can't let them go. And he said, can you do it in addition to your other work, which was to investigate and collect evidence for all these trials? I said, sure. He said, okay, you'll do it. So it was my first case. I was 27 years old. And I had been an honor student on a scholarship to the Harvard Law School, although I had been raised in poverty as a refugee from Hungary and Romania. And I asked myself, what difference would it make? We had 3,000 murderers, and I was limited by the size of the courtroom to having only 24 defendants. There's no way in the world you can balance 1 million people murdered and 24 people who had their share of the murders they had reported. 30,000 killed here, 10,000 killed here, 20,000 killed here. I said, we have to have something which will be broader, something which will protect everybody, because the victims were murdered simply because they didn't share the religion or the race or the ideology of the executioners. I said, we have to get a rule of law. I was a strong believer always in the rule of law. I never wanted to be anything but a lawyer. Develop a rule of law which protects everybody and makes it a crime against humanity to kill people because of their race or their color or their creed, which was why these people were selected to be murdered, men, women, and children. And that's what I asked the court for. I asked the court to affirm by international criminal law the right of all people to live in peace and dignity, regardless of their race or creed. And I got that in the judgment. So I started a precedent. But of course, we need courts and we need enforcement. And I worked very hard to set up a permanent international criminal court to protect people for all time, not just after a war. And we do have a permanent international criminal court. They've had a very rough time. The administration has been trying to kill it. And we had no success, but it was the beginning of the idea that law was better than war. And I ask students everywhere, don't you believe that it's better to turn to law than to decide to try to kill your enemies? And you kill all people who are innocent. They don't even know who caused the war. And that is the current system. And it seems to me to be crazy. They say I'm crazy. Well, they may be right. But since I'm determined that law is better than war, that we all have an obligation to try to substitute peaceful settlement of disputes rather than going and killing people who had nothing to do with it, which is the current practice. And it is really what was mandated in the United Nations Charter after the First World War, where 50 million people were murdered. So that has been my goal in life. I'm now past 102 years old. I'm still going fairly strong. And I welcome the help I get from anybody, particularly groups like this. I want to express my appreciation to the mayor for inviting me to come here. I am very much persuaded that this is a group of people that will recognize that what I'm saying is in the common interest of everyone, and they will lend their support wherever they can. And to encourage them, I repeat what has been indicated, 3 pieces of advice. 1, never give up. 2, never give up. 3, never give up. You got it, kids. Thank you for your help.
Mr. Ferenz, if you wouldn't mind joining us on the dais so that we could memorialize this occasion with a picture, if that's okay. And just so we're clear, we have named a road in Commissioner Maria Sachs's district. I think it's in the New Canyons Park, so thousands of children will be reminded of your service. He is standing. And while he's making his way up, I'll just share a brief story. He was kind enough to invite Catherine Suhar, who I work with, and her boyfriend Charles, my girlfriend Ariel, to his home. And we got to spend a couple hours with him a couple weeks ago, and he was just the kindest gentleman. But he shared with me in a moment of levity, and I read it in his book. I'll probably get in trouble for telling this story, but I'll tell it quickly. While he was prosecuting in Nuremberg, the general and their wives were with him, and they were flying in a DC-3, an old transport airplane, and the engine went out. And Mr. Ferenz and his wife ended up parachuting out of that DC-3. They were the only two. Then the plane landed safely, and his wife was very mad at him about having to jump out of an airplane. But that's just a small look into the enormity of his life and the incredible things that he's done, including jumping out of an airplane with his wife.
You go, okay. It is amazing. Oh, I know. And that's why I'm like, oh my gosh. You know, Commissioner Sachs is talking about doing I mean, so I mean, this guy's incredible. It's just, that's his wife, I think. Maybe his daughter. He's a legend. Now that yes, no doubt I've ever seen somebody before. There's some people who do amazing things. Spur of the moment, but this guy's whole life. Yes. He's just amazing.
He's one of the bosses.
Can you
David and Goliath. I'm telling you, it's if God is for you, who can be against you? Yeah. Never give up.
Thank you, Mr. Ben Ferenz. We love you.
I know, right? I'm so sorry.
Are we doing 5F?
Oh,
And then to you. Very good. All right, that will conclude the special presentation on 4A in honor of Mr. Benjamin Ferenz. We'll go now to the reordered agenda item 5F1. 5F1, and Dora, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, Administrator Baker. So this is how we'll open it up. Palm Beach County has always been recognized as best in class, and we're honored to receive the Robert Wood Johnson Culture of Health Prize, and that is testament to the work that we do here in Palm Beach County. So at this point, I will hand it over to Tammy and her team to tell the story about the prize.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. That's a tough act to follow, and I feel really humbled and honored to be on the same agenda as Mr. Ferenz. But we have something very special to share with all of you this morning. I'm Tammy Fields. I'm the Director of the Youth Services Department. We have, I think we all know, Dr. Alonzo from the Health Department, Dr. Lisa Williams-Taylor from the Children's Services Council, and Patrick McNamara from Palm Health. And these are the partners that worked on the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Culture of Health Prize, as well as many other partners within our community. So the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation is recognized as the nation's largest philanthropic organization that is devoted solely to health. And their concentration currently is really on the social determinants of health, and that's what this prize was all about. The prize started back in 2013 and recognizes communities at the forefront advancing health, opportunity, and equity for all. Equity was a major emphasis. And it recognizes communities at the tribal level, small cities, large counties, and we're very honored to be a recipient. So I'm going to borrow Mr. Ferenz's words of "we never give up, we never give up, we never give up," because this application process was a long and hard process. Back in the fall of 2020, nearly 200 communities submitted a Phase 1 application for this Culture of Health Prize. In December, we were notified that we were one of 21 communities invited to move to Phase 2. And in the spring, we were notified that we were one of the 9 finalists selected. For the year 2021, we are one of 4 communities that are receiving the Culture of Health Prize, and we're being recognized along with the 2020 winners, which are another 6 winners. They couldn't do their process last year due to COVID. Next slide. So these are the communities that have received the Culture of Health Prize. There were 61 communities prior to the 4 that are entering this class, so we're very honored to be amongst these communities. There were 6 selection criteria. One was defining health in the broadest possible terms and creating conditions to give everyone a fair and just opportunity to reach your best possible health. securing and making the most of available resources, committing to sustainable systems change and policy-oriented long-term solutions, and maximizing the collective power of leaders, partners, and community members. And lastly, measuring and sharing progress and results. One of the things that they mentioned about us is that we were a unique collaborative community. We have the Community Health Improvement Plan that everyone participates in, our Healthier Together communities, the Birth to 22, 10 different collective impact initiatives, including hunger and higher education, that we have a trauma-sensitive community action team, and that we celebrate and raise awareness regarding mental health each month in the month of May with the Get Your Green On campaign. In the interest of time for you this morning, I'm not going to go through all of the details, but the first achievement that they pointed out for us was equity at the core. And that recognized both creating conditions to give everyone a fair and just opportunity and committing to sustainable systems changes. One of the things that was recognized was the work that was done during COVID regarding the digital divide. And, the county definitely played a major role in that. And also the amount of work that is being done with the REI trainings in the community and organizing against racism, and that we have been able to successfully reduce the county's Black infant mortality rate, with the work of the Health Department and the Children's Services Council. They also recognized our resident leadership in the community, that we are willing to shift some of the power dynamic so that the residents can help make the decisions. And again, they pointed out our COVID-19 response, where the residents were able to state what they needed, what happened in the Glades to be able to get additional testing and vaccine sites was one of the things specifically mentioned. Achievement 3 was strengthening belonging and civic muscle. And things that they commented there was Be Well, PBC, Rethink Health work, and our Future Leaders United for Change, recognizing that we also are creating civic muscle for our youth, as well as all of the community conversations that were held around the county for the creation of the Youth Master Plan. And Achievement 4, and this is from the Youth Services Department, something I'm particularly proud of, is they mentioned our focus on youth. And, it's unique for a county government to have a youth services department with that focus on youth and our families right from the beginning. And that was something that was definitely mentioned in the review. They talked about our youth master plan. They specifically mentioned the creation of this department was one of the factors. And that we also have the Children's Services Council, that we work with the school district, and that we are accountable for our data with the indicators reports that we publish every 2 years as to how we are progressing. So we really presented Palm Beach County as a community that cares about each other, that empowers each other, and that was the reason that we were selected. And so I'd like to show a short video. It's a 2-minute video. The Robert Wood Johnson Foundation had folks here for 3 days filming. We got a 2-minute video, but the good thing is they're going to share with us all the B-roll, so we'll be able to use it for other things. And I also wanted to recognize Cindy Jones in the office. She's with Burness, and one of the consultants that helped pull all of this package together.
Palm Beach County is about 1.5 million residents.
On the east of us is the Atlantic Ocean, and the west is Lake Okeechobee. And we're about 1,971 square miles.
Most people who think of Palm Beach County think of the golf courses and the beautiful beaches, and we have those things, but we also have really heavy concentrations of poverty.
Healthier Together is a place-based initiative to have residents lead and determine what better health looks like for them.
The approach was to ask the community, what was it that you want to focus on? And for many of the 6 communities, it was mental health.
It's not a traditional definition, it's their definition, which is inclusive of
I see
feeling whole in mind, body, and spirit.
It's okay to shed tears.
It has to do with access to healthy foods. It has to do with the root causes of trauma and violence, and more specifically, opportunities within their community.
Lake Worth Beach, they were talking about the need to literally clean up the streets where their kids are growing up, dealing with addiction, dealing with some of the really harsh underbelly of those social ills. You wouldn't ordinarily connect a street cleanup effort with behavioral health, but they did. They wanted to create the conditions where their kids could thrive.
Mental health is a huge area that we are focusing on in Palm Beach County. We recognize the trauma that young people are experiencing and ensuring that we are using a trauma-informed approach to meet the kids' needs.
How are you feeling? I am feeling content.
When we address mental health, it gives them the opportunity to know that, whatever it is that they're feeling, it's normal and that there are resources available.
I'm very optimistic about the future of Palm Beach County.
I think it is that growing recognition of we are healthier together. When we learn how to live better with each other and care for each other, we're healthier.
I think that video really very well represents Palm Beach County as our whole community. So we're a winner. And I want to thank all of the partners that are here, and I want to thank the board, because the board's support in allowing us to focus on youth and families has really been critical to this. There is on your tables the invitation for the ceremony that is next Tuesday. We are going to be having a live virtual event. So we're going to be gathering live to accept the award, as all 10 communities from the 2021 class are receiving theirs. And so we invite you to join us if you're able to make it. Otherwise, you can watch it online. And I don't know if anybody has anything that you want to add, but these are critical partners.
Thank you. I'll just say thank you to all of you for your support. I'm Dr. Lisa Williams-Taylor with the Children's Services Council. This has been a long 2-year effort, and it really was a really great partnership with those at the table to make this happen. And for me, what I think is so special is that we work day in and day out to try to make this community healthier. And we know that we have a long way to go. There's things that happen, but we're all in it every day trying to do best. And I think that for me, taking part in this was an opportunity to pause and just recognize all of the good things that are happening in this community. So again, thank you, and thank you to all the partners.
Thank you so much. We're going to take a moment of time for public comment, and then I'm sure the members of the board will have some words of appreciation. Commissioner Bernard, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have one comment card, but that was from Dr. Lisa Williams-Taylor, so she already spoke. But I'll just add, Commissioner McKinley, Dr. Lisa Williams-Taylor is a member of Cornerstone Class 38, in my class, the best class in Leadership Florida.
Class 37.
Any other comments by members of the board? Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here today and sharing this with us. Having the opportunity to observe and see all the good work that goes on in Palm Beach County, but to also now see the recognition that you all have received nationwide now for the work that you all are doing. It's wonderful to see. We've all been through a lot last 2 years. You were doing the work before, but even more so during these very difficult months that we've been dealing with. You all never stopped, and your staffs never stopped, and you continue to support our community, our children, those that needed help. And so I just want to let you know how much I thank and appreciate your work and celebrate your achievement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Commissioner McKinley.
Yes, thank you. I won't get into a Leadership Florida battle over who's the best. We'll save that for our annual conference coming up. But I just want to say thank you. Ms. Baker and I attended a Project Opioid conversation this morning with the Business Development Board and leaders from Florida Blue and leaders from our medical community. And there was one piece that we didn't really talk about. We focused so much on the individual who is suffering from substance use disorder. But we didn't have time to really go into the other people who suffer from that substance use disorder, and that's the family that has to battle that. And the services, and Lisa, I've served on your board, and it was one of the best experiences I've had as a commissioner, was being on the Children's Services Council. And Pat, we certainly have had a lot of conversations as well. But being able, I don't think people realize how traumatic growing up in a household is when you're growing up in a household with somebody who's suffering from addiction. And so the mental health services that you all are able to provide and the destigmatization, sorry, I'm still a little choked up from Mr. Ferenz, that you're able to provide in those comfortable, safe places for children to talk about it. It's no wonder that you're being recognized for your work. I just want to make sure that when you talk about the successful plans that we've put into place in Palm Beach County, that we don't forget the good work of John Hulick and the opioid response plan that we've put together that led to a lot of those mental health conversations. But keep up the good work, and thank you for everything that you're doing, in despite of some very difficult circumstances. Congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. Commissioner Sachs.
Just want to say thank you, because you make us proud. All the things that we do in this county that can be measured by miles with cars or transportation or construction pale in what you all have achieved. So thank you for what you've done, and I know we'll continue this good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. And I'll just close by echoing the comments of my colleagues on the board. It's twofold. The recognition is amazing and well-deserved, and I think it does an important thing in highlighting just how important community services are and the other departments that uplift these communities. We have so much general government that goes on that we need to go on. But it's that extra effort, the recognition of the spirit of the taxpayer and the members of Palm Beach County that allow us to fund these departments that many other governments aren't interested in being involved in or supporting or funding, but our taxpayers and our residents are. And so on one hand, it's amazing to see the recognition and the highlighting of the great work that your department and other departments are doing, and the team as a whole. But it's also a reminder, as Commissioner Weiss stated, about the difficulties our nation has gone through and the world has gone through during COVID-19. It reminds us that there's a lot of work left to be done, but it also reminds us that at our core, like Mr. Ferenz said, we never give up, and it was really inspiring to see the children on the video and the communities in the video and their commitment to their community, their commitment to embracing change and talking about mental health and talking about cleaning up our communities and then acting on it. And that was just a great reminder, I think, for everybody in this room. And we're very thankful for this opportunity to congratulate you on the award and also attend on Tuesday, November 9th, the celebration and award ceremony watch party, but also to be a small part of seeing what you guys are doing in the community. So thank you very much. Were there any other comments by members of the board?
Mayor, I'm going to make a motion to receive and file.
Motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth, second by Commissioner Bernard, to receive and file formerly 5F1, now 4A1, the award for the RWJF Culture of Health Prize. Thank you again. That will conclude 4A1. We'll move now to 4B, proclamation declaring November 2021 as Alzheimer's Awareness Month in Palm Beach County by District 4 Vice Mayor Weinroth. Then we'll move to United Way presentation, and then finally a COVID-19 update by Dr. Alonzo and county staff.
You know, it's nice to have a meeting that's starting to feel a little more normal, with talking about Ben and talking about Robert Wood, obviously it's important to realize that, COVID has been very much part of our lives over the last 18 months. And it's nice to see that we're able to move on to other issues. COVID's going to be here for a long time. But many of you realized last month I was very pink, and now I'm purple. And purple is the color of Alzheimer's awareness. Alzheimer's is something that touches many of us in this community. 60 to 70% of people who have dementia find that it's actually Alzheimer's that ultimately is creating the problems with the mind. And Alzheimer's is not just a disease of the mind. This is the cause of death of many people. Someone who is diagnosed with Alzheimer's will probably pass within 3 to 9 years of that diagnosis, because it's progressive and because it's not just not having a memory, but it's also the body functions begin to break down and ultimately stop. So I'm going to read the proclamation declaring November 2021 as Alzheimer's Awareness Month, and I'm happy to have a couple of members of my community here with me, with Pam Polani and Kim Champion, who are going to accept this. So whereas Alzheimer's disease, a progressive neurodegenerative brain disorder, tragically robs individuals of their memories and leads to progressive mental and physical impairment. And whereas in the United States, more than 6.2 million people are living with Alzheimer's disease, including an estimated 400,000 under the age of 65 who have younger onset Alzheimer's disease. And whereas approximately 580,000 individuals in our state have Alzheimer's disease, 55,000 of those people are right here in Palm Beach County. And whereas every 65 seconds, someone in the United States develops Alzheimer's disease, the 6th leading cause of death in America. Whereas of the top 10 causes of death in America, Alzheimer's disease is the only one that cannot be prevented, cured, or even slowed. And there's tremendous research on that right now. Whereas in 2021 in the United States, 11 million caregivers provided an estimated 15.3 billion hours of unpaid care, valued at more than $257 billion. And in Florida, over 500,000 caregivers provided more than 1 billion hours of unpaid care, valued at over $16 billion. Alzheimer's disease is the most expensive disease in the United States. And in 2021, an estimated $355 billion was spent for the care of people with Alzheimer's. Whereas the Palm Beach County recognizes the efforts of local Alzheimer's associations to raise funds and promote awareness to fight Alzheimer's disease and related disorders, thereby improving the quality of life for those living with Alzheimer's disease and their caregivers. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by this Board of County Commissioners today, assembled in regular session, that this is going to be November 2021 Alzheimer's Awareness Month. Would you like to say something?
Thank you so much to Commissioner and Vice Mayor County Commissioner Bob Weinroth, as well as especially Maria Sachs, who I want to designate, who's been very helpful with all this, as well as all of the county commissioners, many of you who I know personally. As all the members of the community here, and as also my chairperson, Kim Champion, who's standing by me and has been by me for many years. I am an attorney in this community. I do not work for Alzheimer's Association. I do not work for the Brain Bowl Events nonprofit that I created. And I certainly don't work for the Walk to End Alzheimer's, which I created in Boca. I do not take money for this. I do this because it is a passion of mine. And I wanted to make it clear that it should be a passion for everyone in this community. Alzheimer's is the one thing that is specific to our community. It is such an honor for me to be here on the day that Ben Ferenz is here, who I've known for many years. And as a professional advisory member of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, one of the things that we discuss and why they have an office in Boca Raton is because of the fact that there are so many Holocaust survivors living under the poverty level in our county who unfortunately have Alzheimer's. To have the dignity of the end of life robbed from you after everything they've gone through. Alzheimer's is not simply memories, as Vice Mayor and County Commissioner Robert Weinroth said. It is actually the decline of your cognitive abilities, and it robs you of dignity in every possible way. It is the most expensive disease in our country, but again, for South Florida, for Palm Beach County, it is our garden in the weed. It is the weed in our Garden of Eden. The weed in the Garden of Eden. It is what is really so unfortunately impacting 1 in 3 members of our community right now, because it takes almost 19 people to care for one person with Alzheimer's. You can have so many other things in your life, but you cannot take care of yourself with Alzheimer's. And dementia is unfortunately something that is really what is now being called the silver tsunami in our county, and it is overwhelming us. During COVID, as an attorney, I had a client call me. The family called me. The mother, we had called every single one of our clients at the beginning of COVID to say, please don't stop having caregivers take care of you. Please don't stop having housekeepers come in and help you. Please open up your home still, even during COVID, and have people assist you, and many people did not. And this one woman was taking care of her husband, who had later stages of Alzheimer's. And I apologize because I've known this family for many years. It was personal to me. And when I got the phone call, I was devastated. The woman, who was older, unfortunately suffered from a major stroke. She died, and by the time the neighbors realized what was happening and EMS went into the home, they found the husband on the floor next to his wife and telling the EMS responders to please be quiet because his wife was sleeping. They realized that she had probably passed on 3 days prior. They took the husband into the hospital, where he actually contracted pneumonia, and he died as well. Alzheimer's has not stopped during COVID times, which makes today so much more special and sweet that after 18 months of not having proclamations, that we should be here today, realizing how much Alzheimer's has impacted everyone in this room, from taxpayers who have to pay the financial burden of those living with this extremely costly financial disease, to the many members of the community who are living with it. I do this all as a volunteer. It takes countless amount of hours away from my work week. My family would much rather me work in my law office, but I do this along with Kim Champion and everyone on our committee for Brain Bowl events, because we need to let our community know that we stand with them. The stigma behind Alzheimer's is horrific. When someone is diagnosed, family and friends leave them in droves. They have no idea how to talk with them, and they feel ostracized and isolated, and COVID made that so much worse. We need every county commissioner here to please attend, lend your name, give support to what we're doing, because you make the difference, as it does everyone in this room, for what we are doing in our community. We beg and borrow from every single person we can to say, we need you. Your commitment to this today means so much to us, and together we will end this horrific disease. Thank you.
Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you, Mayor. And my colleagues, I just want to recognize the hard work that Pamela Polani, and I'm glad that she's not looking at me, has done for many, many years on behalf of the people and the families who are suffering from this terrible disease. And as she has often said, we're looking for the one survivor of Alzheimer's. And thank you, Kim Champion. But Pamela, you have really been really a wonderful champion and a mentor for so many families, not only in your volunteer organization, but also in your legal work. You have been a star for all of us to to look forward to finding that one survivor of Alzheimer's. Thank you so much for all you've done. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. And Pamela, thank you for your passion and your service and your presence here today. And I know that Vice Mayor Wanroth wanted to make sure that Kim had an opportunity to speak as well, if she'd like.
I just wanted to point out that the Brain Bowl actually represents an entire community of caregivers. They are caring for their spouses, their moms, their dads, their loved ones. They need all the support that we can give to them. The Brain Bowl Luncheon elevates them that day. It takes their mind away from their worries and their troubles, and it helps celebrate them and all the help that they do as they live with this disease 24/7. So thank you again, and Commissioner Maria Sachs and Commissioner Bob Weinroth. I don't think you've missed a Brain Bowl. So we look forward to seeing both of you again on April 1st, as well as many of you as can attend. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
We actually also have gifts for each of the county commissioners as a little way to say thank you for being the light in the darkness throughout Alzheimer's. So thank you.
Thank you,
So
Pamela.
we'll go ahead and distribute those. if that's
Absolutely. Member of county staff, I'm sure will be happy to help you with it as well. Well, thank you, Vice Mayor Weinroth. That was a wonderful moment and proclamation. We'll move now to 4C United Way presentation and then to the COVID-19 update as well.
Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, and County Administrator Baker, I am President Lori George, CEO of United Way of Palm Beach County. Thrilled to be here with you this morning. Just a thank you for the ongoing partnership. What a moving morning it's been. I mean, my heart is really full. The county team at PBC gets it, and we can't thank you enough for that ongoing partnership. I did want to specifically talk about a couple things that you guys are really instrumental with to our mission, which is to ensure that everybody in Palm Beach County has access to the basics. Last year, you all entrusted us with $4 million to invest into local nonprofits, which we did invest, and it made a difference, and we did that with a lens of equity. So we got deeper into the community than we ever had before, and it really made a difference for the boots on the ground. Second, we continue to charge forward with our hunger relief work and are looking at making a significant investment into that to support the infrastructure so that we can ensure that we continue to address the needs of children, of seniors, and of hardworking folks in our community to sustain that. And third, I did want to share a story, and it does seem especially appropriate. I think at your last meeting, you all voted to expand our mentor partnership to help kids that are at risk of going into the juvenile justice system, and so we really appreciate that. But in addition, we, I always look at, how are we taking care of our community, right? Are we feeding enough? Are we keeping the shelter and so forth? But really, to me, I feel like we're successful when we pay attention to the children. How are the children doing over this couple-year period that is unprecedented? And there is a story of a young man named Daryl who was a sophomore in high school, and his mother, a single mother working hard with a younger brother with disabilities. She continued to work all through this, maintained her house, her food, for the kids, access to health care and so forth. But the thing that was really, I think, special about this is she connected her son with a mentoring program called Bound for College. And she knew he had great potential, and she needed to connect him into a mentoring program that the county does also support with us called Bound for College. And he worked really hard on his grades. He graduated with honors. And not only that, he was one in 10 kids in the state of Florida to receive a $40,000 scholarship from the Koch College Fund, which is amazing. And now he's attending the University of Miami and studying broadcast journalism. And so it just shows you, it is amazing, right? I wish I could put his face on the screen, but just to know that we have those kinds of supports in our community. And he did this during this COVID-19 pandemic. And we couldn't do this work without all of you in so many ways. So thank you for that success. This morning, I'd like to, on behalf of United Way of Palm Beach County, thank Team PBC for their efforts during the 2020-2021 employee campaign. And this is particularly special because our motto this year is "Thank you for being the heart of PBC," and that's exactly what you all are doing. I'd like to turn it over to this team of yours that really led the way. So, Stephanie, would you like to say a few words?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and Administrator Baker. Thank you for the opportunity. I served as the chair of the 2020 United Way campaign last year. I was amazed by the accomplishments of Team PBC, especially during a pandemic. All the county employees realized the importance of the community, and all the funds that are collected in United Way go directly back into our community. So we stepped up and met the challenge. Our goal was to raise $795,000, and we exceeded that by collecting a total of $866,209, which is 13% over the 2019 collections. This could not have been possible without the various team members that were involved, which included my co-chair, David Ricks, the county engineer. He is also the chair of this year's campaign, and his partner in crime, Laura Claire-Saint, who is now the county coordinator. Amy Heimberger Lopez is no longer with the county, but she was my county chair last year for the campaign. And then just all the county staff, especially the campaign coordinators and the individual departments. Thank you to the department heads for allowing them to participate in this campaign. They really are the bread and butter of the whole campaign. They really put a lot of work into it. And then just lastly, Melissa Wise and Dr. George for their support throughout this campaign. It really means a lot. Melissa is in Atlanta. I think she might be watching. She's in Georgia right now, but thank you, Melissa, for your efforts. And then, of course, the board's support and Administrator Baker. I really appreciate the opportunity. So thank you.
I'd like to publicly thank all of our members of Team PBC. Our team stepped up. I love the enthusiasm displayed by the teams. They're very competitive, which results in us raising significant funds for our community through United Way. And Lori George, thank you very much for your partnership. You definitely are always there whenever we call you to say, hey, we need some help. And you've been a wonderful partner through COVID. So again, I'd like to thank all of our staff for their generosity. This is a voluntary effort. I make that known. No one absolutely has to participate, but it's out of the goodness of our employees' heart that they give back to our community through United Way. So again, Stephanie, thank you for your leadership. David, thank you for yours. And our countywide coordinator, thank you for everything that you do and will be doing during this session. So again, thank you.
Did they already do comments? Yeah. All right, very good. Thank you to the team in United Way. I know the board's honored to participate as well and to give back. All right, when we conclude the United Way presentation, we'll go to 4D for the COVID-19 update by Dr. Alonzo. No, yeah, when they're done. I was just giving a little preview of what's to come. Take your time.
Got my mask.
Should have.
We're the top workplace campaign winner.
Top 1%? Wow.
Top 2021 top workplace campaign.
Awesome. All right, wonderful. We have Dr. Alonzo from the Florida Department of Health. And our emergency manager for the county, Ms. Blakeney, we're delighted to have you here today. Doctor, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. Well, I feel really good today. This is amazing. And I also come with good news, so everything is good today. Thank you, Mayor, very much, Vice Mayor, the rest of the commissioners, and of course, my county administrator that I couldn't do without. And of course, all the staff. I want to specifically say thank you to Nancy Bolton's office and Sherry, who's been doing all these presentations and getting them ready for me. I always forget to thank her at these things. So let's start. Here we go. We see our graph with our number of cases in almost 46 million cases total we have, with 743,410 deaths. We're at 78% of people 12 and over being vaccinated with at least one vaccine, and our U.S. is still in the high transmission risk category, as the states are still in red. We see a tiny little blip here on the end of it going up from October 24th until the 31st, which this is the last date on here. We have a slight increase, very, very slight. I'm hoping that's just a blip, but we got to keep our eye on it. This is what we look like. We're now out to, this is as of October 28th. We see that we are just above our lowest, which was on June the 11th, where we had 660 cases per week. This is this little dip right here on June 11th, and we're almost there. We're just below the line. We're at 879 cases per week. So we're almost where we were down in June. We got to keep going down. The idea is that we go down as far as possible so that when we have our next wave in the winter, that we'll be able to have a small wave and not a large wave. So we need to make this continue to go down. Of course, we still have our Delta, which is what's causing still a lot of people becoming positive and causing breakthroughs. So please don't let our guard down. These are our numbers. You can see that we are now at 3.0 new case positivity. So we've been below 5 now for several weeks. That is very good. We went down another 0.4 points since last week, and this is where we were at our last Board of County Commission meeting. We were at 4.1, and our number of cases per 100,000, we were at 96.2. We're down for 59.1. And we're still at 75%. We have not moved this. The other counties have gone up a bit, but we have not moved our 75%, even though we have vaccinated now 981,296 people. But, you know, we still have a ways to go. This is the important chart that I want everybody to keep in mind, because there's a lot of talk in terms of what metrics people are using to make decisions in the community. We are still in the substantial category for this reason. Look at the numbers here. You have to look at these two numbers, the number of cases per 100,000 in the past 7 days, as well as our new case positivity for the last 7 days. So we're at 3.0, so we're below the 5. We are in the low range for testing, but we're still in the substantial because we are at 59.1. So we have to go below 50. Now, I told you that we were going down about 30 points per week, and that is true. So hopefully, by the time you have your next Board of County Commission meeting, we will actually have fallen into the moderate. I am suggesting that we use at least 2 to 4 weeks to be in there to make sure that we're staying in that direction. Obviously, we've been coming down, and we probably won't start going up again until after the holidays, when people start coming down, we start having traffic and traveling, and we'll probably see the numbers going up after that. So let's keep this going down for a little bit longer so that we can be in good shape to survive the winter. This is what we look like right now in terms of our state. You can see a lot more yellow. And you can actually see a little bit of blue. We got Okeechobee County has turned blue. That's in the low range. Baker up above, that's Baker right there. And then next to it, we have Madison. All 5 of our metro counties are now all under the substantial. They've got out of the high range. So we got Dade, Broward, Palm Beach County, obviously. We got Hillsborough and Orange. We're all in substantial now. And there are 2 counties that have turned red. I don't know if you can see it very good, but Monroe County and Glades have actually increased to high. So there'll be a little bit of adjustments, I imagine, as we go around, but you can definitely see a lot more yellow and no more red that we were having at our last meeting. So things are definitely trending in the right direction. This is where we're kind of stuck. We're stuck at this 75%. We're still seeing the same numbers here. Broward went up 1%. They're at 83% in terms of total vaccinations, and Data's at 94%. They went up 2 points. We're still vaccinating. We're still doing a lot of outreach, but we're still in that percentage. The other big thing now is that the FDA has authorized the use of the Pfizer vaccine for children 5 to 11 years old. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice is meeting today. I don't know if we have an announcement yet, but they will be recommending for this group to be able to get vaccinated. We'll be sending out the vaccines. We've already ordered ours. We're waiting for shipment to come in as soon as this is done. And of course, it'll come with the paperwork and everything else that we need to move on this. We have our teams ready to start vaccinating. The physicians' offices have also ordered their vaccine. And we are willing to help anybody that needs help with this. The pharmacies will be vaccinating the children also. And so we're recommending that everybody be ready. I recommend highly that people make appointments so they're not waiting in line. There's no need to wait in line. There's plenty of vaccine, and it will be distributed. So if you make your appointments, you'll be able to have it without waiting for lines. So in summary, we still have the Delta variant that's causing problems, being more contagious and causing breakthrough cases. Vaccinations remain the most important tool to stop the spread of this virus and to save lives. Hospitalizations have continued to decrease. Our hospitals here have done a phenomenal job. They're really my heroes in all this. They have continued to work and take care of the patients unbelievably. We need to be prepared for a winter spike, so let's not let our guard down. We need to get to moderate in order to ride the winter resurgence. So please, I continue to urge people who have not been vaccinated to do so. Don't forget getting monoclonal therapy if you become positive to COVID, especially the elderly or any population that is at risk, even if you're vaccinated. You want to be able to stay out of the hospital and not die from this. So the monoclonal therapy is available. We still have our monoclonal site up at the Westgate Recreation Center. I don't know how long it'll be there, but we're going to try to keep it as long as possible. But there's other places here in Palm Beach County that you can also have access, and your doctors can also order it and make sure that you get it either through their offices or through the other infusion sites that are here in the county. And so I'll be open for questions as soon as Mary finishes her point.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Alonso. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Baker. I'm going to give you the update to the CPR matrix that was provided to you all earlier. As it relates to the overall positivity rate, which had remained at 19.6% for 5 weeks straight, we started to drop for the last 2 weeks. This week's overall positivity rate is 19.4%. The lower left-hand graph indicates positivity rate over the last 10 weeks of testing. As we move on to the daily positivity rate, the graph in the upper right corner shows the lab positivity rate since last July. The lower left-hand graph shows our daily lab positivity rate, which has dropped for 10 weeks in a row now. This week, as Dr. Alonso mentioned, is averaging at 3%, which is the third week that we have remained below our target of 5%. As it remains COVID-19 deaths, the COVID-19 death rate continues to drop for the third straight week as it follows an overall high. Our current COVID death positivity rate is 2.31%. These Med-Alerts are based off of Palm Beach County Fire Rescue's Med-Alert calls, individuals that call 911 with a medical emergency. Their current daily rate is below 3 patients per day that call 911 with COVID-related illnesses. And then as it comes to our countywide positivity rate, we continue to monitor the countywide positivity rate and encourage individuals to get vaccinated. Our Public Affairs Department continues to maintain on our countywide website a list of our testing locations. We have over 160 testing locations, as well as vaccination sites, that most of which are open 7 days a week, that offer both testing and vaccinations. This past week, we did see a modification to the testing location in the Glades, where it is currently moving from the Lakeside Medical Center to the Department of Health location to provide testing on Monday, Thursday, and Friday. A release will be sent out when we confirm the testing dates or testing times available. So in conclusion, as Dr. Alonso has stated, we have vaccinated over 981,000 people in Palm Beach County, which represents 75% of our 12-year and older population. We continue to encourage people to get vaccinated while still wearing a mask, washing our hands, and watching our distance. That concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you to our emergency manager and to Dr. Alonso. We'll take questions and comments from members of the board. Vice Mayor Weinroth.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question and then a comment. On the COVID-19 phase restart program number 6, can you just let me know your feeling about contact tracing? Are we at a point now where you had sufficient people, and are we making any inroads, and is this effective anymore? Is that program identifying people who need to be tested themselves or get vaccinated?
No, contact tracing doesn't do anything about identifying, well, in a way, but the purpose is not to, the purpose is to get, right now, we're only concentrating on school children, congregate living, congregate situations, and outbreaks. We're not doing the contact tracing that we were doing in the beginning, and that's because of the numbers. And we probably will not go back to that. However, we have plenty of people. Our numbers have gone way down. Remember, at our peak, when we had the most contact traces, we're at 9,000 per week. We're now down to a much, much lower number, so we're very happy for that. What we've done is we still have people on standby who are still under our payroll but haven't been doing the hours, because we don't want to let everybody go, because we know we will probably have a surge in the winter. So we want to be prepared for that and not having to start to hire new people when it starts going up again. So we're also making sure that we're helping out in terms of any of the nursing homes, the center, so anything that's congregate living, the high-risk areas. That's where all our contact tracing has been concentrated on for the last several months.
Thank you, Doctor. Mayor, I'm going to suggest that conditions have changed dramatically since back in July, when we had instructed or worked with the county administrator to disseminate a procedure whereby all people entering this building would have a mask whether they were vaccinated or not. And with the 2.31 now as a positivity in our community, we're never going to get this down to 0. I think we all acknowledge that this is probably going to be something that's going to be with us for quite some time. I think it's time that we released this last vestige of our COVID compliance requirements and allow that people who are vaccinated not have to wear a mask in the building. I think that it's time that we can return to some form of normalcy.
All right, so in essence, you're asking for board support to direct the county administrator to repeal the requirements to wear a mask if you're not vaccinated within county buildings and facilities. Is that
That's my request.
all right, we're going to take that up in just a moment. I'd like to get it done in a motion form, since it does require the majority of the board. So I would prefer to have just a little bit more dialogue and allow commissioners to ask questions of our professionals here. So we will take that up in just a moment.
Thank you,
Any
Mayor.
other comments?
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Commissioner McKinley recognized.
Yeah, thank you. It's important to note that that was a personnel decision that was made by the county administrator, and it certainly was never a board directive for her to implement that. And I would fully support if, and we have a non-interference clause on how she handles her employees, but if she wanted to continue that for county employees, I'd be okay with that, but I do support lifting it for the public. But that's her decision. I just had a question. We talked about, Mary, you briefly mentioned the testing opportunities in the Glades. Tell me again how many testing options. You said 160-something countywide?
Correct.
How many of those are in the Glades?
I do know that they're doing it at the Walgreens store. I'd have to look at that data to see exactly how many. But a majority of them, our numbers at the Lakeside Medical Center where testing was done dropped dramatically. We worked with Dr. Alonso, and Todd worked with the team that was there previously and was able to secure some location at the Department of Health, which actually ends up being what we think will be a good alternative, because there is a day there where Dr. Alonso and her team are doing vaccines. And Todd's having conversations with that vendor to also be able to do vaccines the same day, at the same days they're doing testing. So we're hoping that this move could potentially be positive for the community to get more vaccines.
Okay, and
I can definitely look at all the locations for testing in the Glades.
Is the Walgreens, are those testing opportunities free of charge?
Yes.
They are. Okay. I'm just concerned when you've got 160 some odd opportunities countywide. A lot of those opportunities are at least Monday through Friday, if not 7 days a week, and a lot of flexible hours. That the opportunities in the Glades are 3 days a week and limited hours. Just want to make sure that we have equal access to these healthcare services in that community. And while it's nice that we have the opportunity at Walgreens, it's important to note that Walgreens is in Belglade. It is not in Pahokee. It is not in Canal Point. It is not over in South Bay or Lake Harbor, which is quite a distance over to Belglade. I think if you don't spend a lot of time out there, you tend to think that these cities are all right, very close proximity to one another, and there's a bit of distance between those, so Walgreens isn't always the answer. Dr. Alonso, I want to thank you for stepping up to the plate and offering that. Something is certainly better than nothing, and I appreciate that. And I also appreciate your offer as the healthcare district winds down its mobile operations. I want to make sure that we're in harvest season, planting season from now until May, and our farm workers will continue to arrive and being able to offer that if the healthcare district is not able to. Just thank you for that.
Glad to do it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. We'll go to Commissioner Marino and then Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. As we talk about the aging population in our community, could you please give us a little bit more information about the booster, the third shot? How do you take them with the flu shot or the shingles or the pneumonia shot? And, just give us sort of a roadmap if you could.
Absolutely. Well, once again, our seniors are stepping up, and they're quickly getting their vaccines for the flu, for the pneumococcal. They're very vaccine oriented, and they're doing a great job. I'm very proud of them. They're a good example we're highly recommending that everybody get the flu shot. That's very important because the symptoms are the same. And so you don't want to be confused that you have one or the other. And certainly one can bring your system down, your immune system down if you catch the flu, and therefore you're more susceptible to catch the COVID. So very important that we do that. So I'm glad you mentioned that. The seniors are able to get this both in their doctor's offices, where they usually go get their flu and their pneumococcal vaccines, and they can also get it, again, at all the pharmacies that are providing the COVID or also providing flu shots. So I think that they are very well covered. I wish the rest of the folks would follow their example. That's how you end up living long and prosperous lives, by taking care of yourself and vaccinating. So they're a good example for the rest of us to follow.
What about the booster, the third shot, the Moderna, the Pfizer, mixing them, matching them?
Yes, right now, as I said at the last meeting, we really only have one standard, and that is the boosters. Everybody can get the boosters now from Moderna, for Pfizer, and for Johnson & Johnson. And if you wish, you can mix. So if you've got a Johnson & Johnson and you want to get a Moderna, you can do that as a booster. The requirements for the medical conditions is very broad. So it's almost any chronic condition that a person has fits in there. And so it's over 65 for those boosters. But if you're 18 and over and you fall into one of those conditions where you have a health condition or you're in a congregate kind of living or at a high risk, and that includes all our teachers, anybody who's working in the public with lots of people, so that includes our bus drivers, our grocery workers, it includes a lot of folks. And you can go to cdc.gov, look up vaccines, and it spells each of those conditions out, and it tells you exactly all the folks who qualify. So the boosters are also easily obtained at all the pharmacies as well as the doctor's offices that are carrying the vaccine. So there's lots of opportunities for folks to get this. What continues to keep us at that 75 is the hesitancy of the different groups that we have, and we continue to talk with them. We have some new opportunities from some new funding that's coming in for folks to go out and talk about hesitancy, and we're going to be talking more about that soon as those programs are up and running. But we've got some extra funding coming down into the county, not to me personally, but to our community partners to be able to do this. So that's going to be an area, because this is not ending anytime soon because of that hesitancy across the whole country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Marino. Commissioner Weiss, you recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just actually following on to the comments. So that was my question, was about, this plateauing that we've had here in Palm Beach County with vaccination rates, and, looking to our neighbors to the south and this little better uptake that they've had. Are there specific programs or things that they're doing differently that we should be considering?
I know they have county-funded sites that they're paying for, but I don't see that as a real issue, because you see them spread out, but they've got a lot more people, right? And they're in denser communities where you would think the spread is even greater, which it is. I believe that the difference is that we have a larger group of hesitancy groups here in Palm Beach County. It's tougher. I mean, we've gotten to that, we're kind of like at a plateau where no matter where we're at and how many people we're trying to reach, there's a very small number that are coming up to us. That's what's happened out in the Glades, for example. We had a good push there for a while, and then once those people got vaccinated, we don't have any more people stepping up to the plate to come get vaccinated. So we got to do more to get to those folks. There's a door-to-door campaign that some folks are looking at talking about doing that. But we have to remember, we're still, at this point, we're still in a substantial risk of COVID. So I don't want people to get the idea that we are on a safe area yet. We really need to get to moderate before we feel not even safe. We have to get to low before we feel safe. But we really need to get down lower numbers so that as the surge comes in the winter, we can ride that out and we don't have that huge spike. Every single time that we have reached a low number, we stop doing what we're doing and then it goes back up again. So this will be the 5th time that we are doing this roller coaster ride. So I want people to stay cautious and still look at where they're going, who they're associating with, and still being very careful because this Delta causes breakthroughs even if you're vaccinated. So we all have to continue to be very careful.
Okay, and then on the new group of eligible individuals, the children ages 5 to 12 years old, my understanding is there's about 120,000 children in that age group. And I heard your comments. I think that the process of going to the doctor or, not the mass vaccination sites makes probably a lot of sense in regards to how they take it up. Is there anything in addition we should be doing specifically to help parents, understand and how help them with making the decision what best interest for them and their children?
Yes, many of the families are ready to get the vaccine. They've been very anxious because their little kids are the ones left. Everybody else in their family's vaccinated, so they're very anxious to get this. All the pediatric groups have been talking and working together with one another. They're going to be open extra hours. They're going to be having the vaccine. And for those who don't have, we have the FQHCs. The healthcare district is also going to be with their vans. That's one of the things that they're concentrating on, to going out to the schools. And then they're going to set up some permanent sites where they can go to. So we're gathering all our resources so that we can really push out the vaccine to the 5 to 11-year-olds that we expect will be asking for them readily, and especially in the beginning, you have that big rush. So we're trying to plan everything so we're ready for it. We've, like I said, already ordered the vaccine so that we will have it as soon as it's delivered, and so have the pharmacies and all the pediatricians.
Great. And then lastly, I just want to thank you, and I want to thank the healthcare district. I know they've taken out their mobile facilities out, continue to take them out into especially into our senior communities to provide booster shots for folks they're mobile, but they don't travel out much, and so that's made it much easier for them to get either the 3rd dose or their booster. So thanks very much for that.
You bet.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other comments by members of the board? We do have a pending issue brought by Vice Mayor Weinroth. I think there's a couple options that are on the table. First being leaving this issue in the sound discretion of the county administrator, as has been the case for some time. The second one is possibly directing her to require it for employees of the county BCC departments. We don't really have control over the other constitutional offices unless it's a facility-wide requirement, and then allowing members of the public to come in without a mask if they so choose, or lifting it in its entirety. I don't know that we should get into the vaccinated versus non-vaccinated debate just because of some of the direction that our governor has given us. And I will volunteer that on this issue, I had also joined Vice Mayor Weinroth's perspective in at least evaluating this, so I did speak with the county administrator. But after our discussion, and then particularly after the discussion and information we had today, my personal position is to leave it in the sound discretion of the administrator. And so we'll take it up for further comments or debate. Vice Mayor Weinroth.
Thank you, Mayor. And certainly I trust the county administrator to make decisions with respect to the employees here. And I think that the letter that she sent out in July 30th, which had basically made the decision, given the circumstances at that time, that reinstituting the mask mandate made perfect sense. I think, as I said before, it's time to recognize that the virus, unfortunately, is going to be here probably as an endemic, if not an epidemic or pandemic. I would encourage this body to direct the county administrator to rescind the directive with respect to the general public and leave the constitutional officers to make their own decisions with respect to their shops, but that the general public be allowed to access the buildings of the county, leased or owned, without a mask covering.
Very good. Thank you for the clarification. So the Vice Mayor has made a motion to direct the county administrator to repeal any requirement that a member of the public, while accessing our county-owned or leased facilities, be required to wear a mask. Is there a second to that motion? A second by Commissioner McKinley. Are there further comments by members of the board? I'd like to give our administrator an opportunity to speak. I know that she's going to say, I'm going to do whatever the board tells me to do, but if you can go a little bit deeper than that, we would appreciate it.
This is an issue I've been struggling with since the numbers have been going down. I do know even some of my staff want the mask removed. They never wanted to wear them. Others have wanted to wear them, and they want others next to them to wear them. I did speak with some of our constitutional officers to get some input from them on last week. Some feel they still want the public to wear masks because they're coming in, interacting with their staff. I am feeling the same way because I need to protect my staff so that we can provide the services the public needs. I have been in discussions, constant discussions with the Director of Health, Dr. Alonso, on this issue. We have been monitoring very closely. I have asthma, so these things are very difficult for me to breathe in. So it would be easy for me to say, yes, we can remove them all. But this board, through our recommendations to you, we have been following the CDC guidelines. The CDC guidelines have us look at both the daily positivity rate, which we're doing a good job at, but it also has us look at the community transmission risk. And right now, that community transmission risk is still in the moderate level. I'm sorry, it's not in the moderate, it is in the significant level. So we are still orange. We dropped from red, which is high, down to significant. I think if we continue following CDC guidelines and working in conjunction with Dr. Alonso, we could move to that moderate level. Now, she's not in favor of us necessarily removing masks at the moderate level. She wants it to be low, but she can live with moderate. And I can live with moderate because I know that people want to get out of these masks. But these masks have protected us. They have kept county business open. They have also kept a lot of our businesses in our community open. So I think if we just have just a tad bit more patience, we dropped from 71.9 when we started looking at this last week or the end of the week before, we're down to 59, I think, at this point. And I believe if we just hold on another week, we'll get below 50, and in another week, we will have remained under 50 for 2 weeks. And our positivity rate hopefully will continue to go down, and we'll be in a really good spot. I know we will never reach zero. This thing is never going to go completely away. So I accept that fact. But since we had been following CDC guidelines, I'd recommend to this board that we continue, because that's how we got to where we are. That's how we lifted it before with CDC guidelines. And I think in a couple of weeks, we'll be definitely there to lift it for everyone. And I believe at that point, Constitution officers that support the public coming in with masks, I also support if we're going to let the public come in without masks, we might as well let our employees choose whether to wear masks or not. We will have some employees continue to wear masks, and I will encourage them to continue to wear masks, because we also have employees that cannot, for medical reasons, take the vaccine or religious reasons. So I need to protect them. We also have public coming into our building that cannot take the vaccine or, for religious reasons or health reasons. So we need to protect them as well. So I will do whatever this board directs me to do, but if it's left up to me, I'm going to continue to follow the CDC guidelines for a couple of more weeks, and I believe we'll be there at that point.
All right, further comments by members of the board, or we'll take a roll call vote on the pending motion. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Yeah, I just want to echo, I think the advice of following the CDC guidelines makes sense to me. I mean, I prefer us to do things based on data and what the numbers say. I think we're very close, but we're still significant transmission here in Palm Beach County, and I would like to see us get to the moderate. I do support the opportunity to not require people to wear masks, but I do think it should be based on the hard data and on the CDC guidelines.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Commissioner McKinley.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. I appreciate those comments. Therefore, I'm going to offer a substitute motion that provides you the flexibility to do that ahead of a board meeting if it happens before we reconvene as a county commission, and Dr. Alonso isn't on the agenda to give us an update. So I would offer a substitute motion authorizing the county administrator to lift the mask policy in county facilities as soon as we hit that moderate level for 2 weeks, and giving, you want to make it optional for your employees, and I support that. It's not part of the motion because that's your decision as the county administrator, but I do support that.
So
That's my substitute motion.
The substitute motion pertains specifically to visitors, not employees, to county buildings.
She has the authority to do that absent our direction.
Sure, so just clarify for me how the substitute motion changes or enhances the discretion that she's already been given.
I think you were asking for this board to give her firm direction, so.
I wasn't. I was just accommodating Vice Mayor Weinroth's desire to do so.
I'm just following Vice Mayor Weinroth's lead, which I don't often do, but.
I am happy to accept that substitute and even second it.
Okay, well, there we go. So we do have substitute motion by Commissioner McKinley. There's clarity on the direction, Madam Administrator?
Just for clarification, the rule would apply to everyone, as far as lifting it for the public coming into the building. And that is after we reach moderate and will remain there for 2 weeks.
Per your suggestion, Madam Administrator.
Okay,
All right, and it was originally seconded by Commissioner Bernard, but we have a co-seconder in the Vice Mayor. And all in favor, all opposed, passes 7-0. Very good, thank you for that direction to the board. That concludes special presentations. 4D, COVID-19 update by Dr. Alonso and county staff. We're going to jump right into the regular agenda now, and I'll get some of this out of the way. So we're on 5A1, Housing and Economic Development. This is Vice Mayor Weinroth, you recognized for a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and move for the approval of this motion, which is going to impact neither the taxing power nor the faith of and credit of the county, nor any county funds which would not be pledged to pay the principal, premium, or if any, or any interest on those bonds.
Very good. We have a motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by Commissioner Weiss regarding development bonds, I think, for the School of Autism in District 3.
$17 million.
Very good. Motion and second. All in favor? All opposed? Passes 7-0. We're on 5B1, Engineering and Public Works.
If no one has any comments on this, I would move to approve the motion to have preliminary reading and permission to advertise for public hearing on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021, the 5-year road program.
Second? Second by Commissioner Bernard. Commissioner McKinley, is this late from earlier? I apologize.
No, it's
You had comments?
for this item. I just want to thank the county engineer for including the North Lake Boulevard TIM amendment study that will do a corridor impact study on Bay Hill Drive to State Road 7 and Beeline Highway to Military Trail. Having that conversation that the City of Palm Beach Gardens has asked us to consider regarding whether we move forward with 6-laning or 8-laning that road and purchasing the right-of-way. And I know that both Commissioner Marino and I have constituents with very conflicting views on how we move forward on that. So I appreciate taking the time to do this study to accommodate the public.
Very good. We have a motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by Commissioner Bernard on 5B1, a motion to preliminary reading and permission to advertise. All in favor? All opposed? That passes 7-0. 5B2, Engineering and Public Works. 45 resolutions to initiate eminent domain. Yeah, this was pulled at the prior hearing. You recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board of County Commissioners, County Administrator. This was postponed from the last board meeting, and I would like to quickly go through in terms of the project and then open up for questions. So this is a project for M Canal South Orange Boulevard. And so this project basically is goes from, widen Walden Palm Beach from existing 2 lanes to 5 lanes to 68 North with South Orange Boulevard. Number parcel is 66. To complete this project, 9 have been settled in the pre-suit and are subject to the eminent domain. And so we're recommending adoption of 45 resolution to eminent domain proceedings for the acquisition of the remaining 57 parcels for a total appraised value of a little over $1 million needed for the widening of Royal Palm Beach Boulevard from M Canal to South Orange Boulevard. So in terms of talking about the parcels, whole parcels are needed for drainage, about 3. They all settled pre-suit. We got 4 right-of-way easements, and then we got, most of these are drainage swell easements. 3 of the 45 has settled pre-suit. Then we got some temporary construction easements, 13. Of the 13, 3 is settled pre-suit. And then we got abatement easements. And then just kind of give you a little pictorial. Here's the existing picture of the existing 2-lane configuration. And then we have an existing 5-lane Royal Palm Beach Boulevard in terms of the whole corridor. And then if you look at in terms of a sample of most of the acquisition, is really a part of the frontage of that corridor. 10 feet, most of the properties are in terms of that configuration. And then we did do some outreach during the design phase over 2 years ago. And then in terms of the overall corridor, this is a major transportation corridor. And so in green is the current project. In red are future projects that we're looking to improve the transportation along that to make it 5 lanes throughout the whole corridor. And that's open up for questions.
All right. I assume that the property owners or anyone that had an interest in any of these parcels was given notice of this eminent domain hearing today.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any comments by members of the public or objectors, Commissioner Bernard?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have any further questions? Commissioner McKinley, you recognized.
So, Mr. Ricks, when you talk about the drainage easements, the majority of these properties were seeking drainage easements. So you're going to fix the swale and make the swales appropriate in the front yards of these properties. You're not tearing it out and putting pavement on there, are you?
No. We're going to make it earthen, but we're going to fix the proper drainage right to the roadway.
So the aesthetics of the property owner's property won't change drastically?
Oh, no, ma'am. And we'll coordinate with them as we get into the construction of the project.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kinley.
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Weinroth on 5B2, motion to adopt.
Mr. Mayor, can I make one more comment, just for the general public purpose? We are not taking these properties right now. We're allowing the process to proceed. Just want to make sure that's clear.
Very good. Motion's been made by Commissioner McKinley and seconded by Vice Mayor Weinroth on 5B2. No further comments by members of the board. All in favor? All opposed? The motion passes 6-0. We have Commissioner Marino off the dais. We're now on 5C1, airports.
Mr. Mayor, this is a gift to us from the legislature that the next 2 items are on our agenda, so I am going to move them separately. First, 5C1A and B, which pursuant to changes to Chapter 332 of the Florida statutes, requires us as a governing body to approve this expenditure. So I'll move it and approve it and look for a second.
All right, Vice Mayor Weinroth has moved 5C1A and B, which relates to airport operations and 5.5 million in expenditures that's required to be on the general regular agenda. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Weiss. No comments by members of the public or members of the board. All in favor? All opposed? 5C1A and B passes 7-0.
Mayor, the next item on the agenda is this same type of a problem. 5C2 is again a matter which must come before us on the regular agenda, and I'm going to move to approve the expenditure for the airport.
Vice Mayor Weinroth has moved 5C2 forward for passage, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. There's no further comments by members of the board. All in favor? All opposed? 5C2 passes 7-0.
Okey-doke.
All right, that brings us to 11:30, and we'll probably spend a couple of minutes on the ARPA plan. Is anyone up for a 5-minute break? All right, we'll be in recess for 5 minutes. We'll come back at around 11:35. on 5D1, Office of Financial Management and Budget. Sherry?
Good morning, Sherry Brown, Director of OFMB. I'm joined at the table with Jeremy Bryan, our Water Resource Manager, Jonathan Brown, our Director of Housing and Economic Development, and David Bahar from the County Attorney's Office. We brought this presentation to the board back in July. I'll repeat a few of the slides just for the public. The projects have pretty much stayed the same. We did move a few things through categories, so I'll highlight those as we go through this. The Treasury Department created rules, and they have the expenses can fall under 4 different categories. Category A is to respond to the COVID-19 or its negative economic impacts. Category B is for premium pay. C is for revenue loss, and Category D is our water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. The county has been awarded $290.7 million. This is the fiscal strategy we presented in July. We did make a few changes in that we had cybersecurity under broadband, but we now have moved that to revenue replacement. We also had included our EOC connection under public buildings, and that has now also been under revenue replacement. And we also moved the South Lake Worth Inlet seawall replacement that was under water infrastructure into revenue replacements. And these were all done under the interim rule that we're using at this point. Just as a reminder, all these projects have to be under contract or before December 31st of 2024 and cash spent by December 31st, 2026. Category A, several of the uses are listed on the screen. It's mitigating COVID-19, behavioral health, payroll expenses for public health, safety, human services employees, impacted industries, rebuilding the public sector capacity, small business support or hardest hit communities. A couple of ineligible expenses is payments on debt service or for general infrastructure projects unless it's responding to a COVID. We specifically added $10 million for behavioral health infrastructure, another $4 million for public health expenses for PPEs, communication, marketing, outreach, and other health expenses as needed. We've also included $10 million for hunger relief infrastructure, and another $6 million for testing, vaccines, and antibody treatments. Under Category A continued, we have $17 million, and that's to take care of some of our HVAC systems for COVID level servicing. $4 million for culture. That'll be an item we bring back to the board with specifics on how to allocate the funds in an application process. And then we have $60 million for housing, and I have Jonathan Brown here who can explain a little bit of the details.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Baker. Thank you for the time. Jonathan Brown, Department of Housing and Economic Development. A number of different housing projects that we're looking at with regards to the use of the ARPA funds. The first project is our Brooks development located in the city of Riviera Beach. This is a 22-unit single-family subdivision that the county owns. County has recently, within the last few months, acquired the last 4 parcels from the city of Riviera Beach. So we're looking to move forward with this project. We're estimating a cost of $10 million, and just so we're all clear, it's really an estimate. We still have some due diligence that must be done with regards to design. We still have to take a look at the infrastructure. We still have to put out bids, and so this is really an estimate, a placeholder. Once we come back with final or secure the final costs, we'll be able to update the board on what the final cost of this project would look like. This program, this project that we're looking to administer using the workforce housing rules already in place by the Board of County Commissioners, so that way the housing prices are already established and in place. The next strategy we're looking at is our infill replacement housing strategy. This is going to be a unique strategy for us. Currently, the county owns 25 buildable infill lots, most of which are located in western Palm Beach County. And the goal behind this particular strategy is to build 25 single-family homes on these lots. Once those homes are constructed, then we want to coordinate with homeowners whose homes are dilapidated and really no longer livable. And then we want to look at doing some sort of house swap where we will sell the new home that's built. We will take ownership of the existing dilapidated home, ultimately demolish that home, and then build a new home. So that way we can create a greater impact using these dollars for the ARPA program. And so we're estimating $20 million. Again, that's an estimate. We really don't know yet. As the costs for design and all those things come in, we'll have a better idea of what this program and the cost would ultimately be for this particular strategy. But we think it's going to help us as we look to rebuild some of the homes that are in very, very poor condition out in the western Palm Beach County area. The third strategy is our single-family housing rehab strategy. The county, for many, many years, has deployed a rehab strategy. Just thinking about the rehab strategy, we just currently deployed using the SHIP funds. Those dollars went very quickly. We were able to get 50 applications very quickly. We targeted seniors for that program. Those applications are gone. Just recently, we opened an emergency repair program using SHIP dollars. That program opened at 8 a.m. and we had the maximum number of applications by 11 a.m. So the need for housing rehabilitation is significant. Currently, the maximum we're doing in our programs is about $75,000 per home. What we're seeing is that construction costs have increased, in some areas 30 to 40%. So we're proposing up to $100,000 to not only address all life, health, safety issues, but also to look at the hurricane hardening that's needed for the homes located in the county. And again, we're estimating about $10 million. We'll know more as the design and as the costs come in for these particular projects. Every home won't need $100,000, so we may be able to do more. So we're looking at that as our rough estimate to start this program. And then lastly, our affordable workforce housing development, looking at county-owned parcel that we could potentially develop some sort of mixed project on there, mixed income project, mixed housing type. Again, very much in the preliminary stages of that particular project. We'll know more within the coming months. And ultimately, whatever we are able to do, we'll absolutely make sure we bring that back to the commissioners so that way we can bring you up to speed and up to date with what we're looking at on the final look at these particular housing projects. And again, if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to address any questions or concerns.
All right, Commissioner Marino.
Thank you, and I had this discussion with staff yesterday during my agenda review as the real estate broker in the house here. I caution us not to over-improve in communities because you don't want to gentrify and then those folks that are in the community take the money, but then they have nowhere else to go. I've seen it happen in Jupiter, in the Church Street area, and I think it would be wrong of us to do that. Also, I do want to caution the cost of what you're going to build, because in the Brooks development right here, where you show us 22 units, when I was on the property appraiser's website last night, this would be a cost of basically $450 a home to build this. Now, the water and sewer are already there. You just have to pipe into it. Architecture there's plenty of plans around that you could find something. You can't spend $450,000 a unit in that area. Nothing has sold anywhere near that. Just within the last year, you see price ranges from about 180. There was one in the 300 range, but that was actually a multi-family zoned unit. So I caution us, and I realize this is an estimate, as is the next slide that you showed with the infill and the 25 houses, and then also with the rehabilitation. But I caution us that, yes, improvements need to be made, but you cannot price everybody out of the market. And we don't want to, we want to make good use of our dollars.
Yes, ma'am, Commissioner, and we 100% agree. The replacement houses that we're doing are not even coming up near that amount, and so that's why we say it's really a placeholder, it's an estimate, and once we get the final cost, we'll be able to really share with you what we're looking at. But this ensures at least that we won't have to come back and say we need an increase. It'll allow us to come back and hopefully at that time give the administrator opportunity to reallocate the funds that we estimated over to another strategy, just as with the CARES program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Marino. Commissioner McKinley.
Actually, Mayor, I think Mr. Brown said he had one more slide to show, so if he could finish his presentation, then I'll ask my questions.
That's the last slide, Commissioner.
Okay, that's the last slide. All right, so I want to thank you because the housing rehab program, I know a majority of the cost to the houses that you did, that we just ribbon cut out in the Glades, actually we're pretty much putting the fill in so that the houses weren't sinking in the muck, and so that leads to a higher per cost house in my neck of the woods. I had asked you, there were 3 project proposals, and you probably word this a little bit better than I can. There were 3 project proposals that came in that responded to an RFP for, was it the SHIP funding?
For the home program funding.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
so is there, I think we did we do 2 of the 3 or just 1 of the 3?
We've done, at this point, actually all 3 of them. One was in the Westgate community, the other one was the Neighborhood Renaissance in the West Palm Beach, and then we're supporting the Canal, I believe it's Canal View project out in the Glades. And so we're providing matches for those so they can compete at the state level.
Ah, okay. I wasn't aware. I thought that we had said no to the one that was out in the Glades.
We through the competitive processes for the 2 home programs, we weren't able to support, but the commission has in the past approved dollars that we can use for the sale match, which is what we're able to use for the project in the Glades.
Okay. My apologies for looking down at my phone during that. I have somebody who was trying to sell me a extended warranty on my automobile. I just, one last question, comment. You know, I'd love your feedback. We're starting to see the unintended consequence of being in an economically successful county, with all of the lease renewals and people are being priced out of their rental units. Anything we can do with these dollars to affect those families that are individuals that are suddenly going to find themselves homeless because their rents are going up anywhere from $600 to $3,000 a month?
The programs that the county still have in place as approved, our home program, our SHIP program, we even have some other assistance programs that are our ESG that are there. And so we're continuing to assist and work with those particular homeowners. You're right, as property owners, a lot of them take the liberty of increasing the prices, although their expenses haven't increased as much as they're increasing their prices. And so we try to help those individuals who are being forced to move find a place that's affordable as best as we can in terms of at least providing some sort of assistance, financial assistance for them to get in, the first, last, security, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that concludes questions by members of the board.
I have just a few more slides.
Sure.
Category B is for premium pay, which we do not allocate any of our ARPA funds for. Category C is our revenue loss, and this was a calculated formula that Treasury came up with. Our revenue loss due to COVID is about $196.6 million, and that number will be updated each year through 2024. We did allocate about $75.7 million to our revenue replacement, the $46.4 million which the board approved during the budget process, and then the 3 other projects I mentioned earlier: cybersecurity for $3 million, our EOC connection $15.3 million, and our seawall for $11 million. Category D allows us to do water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. And we have several projects there. I'll just mention that broadband is $40 million, and this should complete our broadband project for the county. And then I'll turn it over to Jeremy to talk about the various water projects.
Hey, good morning or good afternoon. Good morning still. Jeremy McBride, County Water Resource Manager. So I'll spend a few minutes on the list of projects or proposed projects under Category D. And these were conceptualized with activities from multiple departments, engineering and public works, water utilities department, environmental resource management, county administration, as well as parks and recreation. So cross-departmental effort along the way here. I think you'll notice too, as I'm speaking, that many of these projects do rely on partners with state agencies, the South Florida Water Management District, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, some of our local municipalities, as well as some of the drainage districts. So, and I think you'll also maybe recognize some of these projects. They've been talked about over the years, and they're definitely informed by community and stakeholder input for the past several years. So I think the other thing I'll say is, most of these projects, probably all of them, have the ability to increase our resilience to extreme weather events and impacts associated with climate change. And so some of the things that have been talked about that these projects could help us with are more intense rainfall conditions, which results in more stormwater runoff, some of the higher sea levels that we're likely already starting to see, higher groundwater tables, increased frequency, duration, and severity of drought conditions, as well as degraded water quality. So I'll just step forward on the projects. And then just a reminder, we did present this similar information at the Water Resources Task Force meeting back on October 21st. So the first project, we have $500,000 set for what we're calling a Water Resources Infrastructure Capital Investment Plan. And this is really to kickstart a comprehensive plan to prioritize and focus and really strategize on future county investments. I think we're pretty aware of some problem areas as far as flooding and water quality, but I think implementing a plan to identify some of the potential solutions, I think, is our next step. And so we have some money set aside for that. We have $8 million identified for a Loxahatchee River wetland attenuation feature. And this is design, construction, some planning related to a shallow wetland type feature, or almost a wetland attenuation feature on a portion of the 1,700 acre Mecca property, which I think is owned by the South Florida Water Management District. We also have a $8 million sum identified for the L8 Basin stormwater management improvements. So this is in the Loxahatchee acreage area. Again, stormwater infrastructure in this area has been in need of some improvements over the years. The ability to capture some water and keep it out of the Lake Worth Lagoon is also part of the objective of this project. Moving on to stormwater pond enhancements to improve water quality. This is a $1 million item to really focus on the nutrient removal efficiency of our stormwater ponds. I think our ponds are doing a good job in capturing the water from flooding events and keeping our roadways dry. But I think there's a recognition really statewide, as I think the legislature directed the State Department of Environmental Protection to look at this and implement some additional rulemaking. So I think we're going to see that in parallel. So I think we have an opportunity to get out in front of this and really spend some effort, implementing some littoral zone planting, vegetation improvements, maybe some underground barriers that help reduce nutrients before they leave these ponds and exit into our local water bodies. Next is a C51 canal water quality treatment and sediment removal project. We have a $5 million sum identified here, and really we're focusing on enhancing the water quality prior to discharge from the C51 canal via the S155 spillway. This is a historical sediment trap, a location that's been implemented and been in place for several years. It's not been maintained, I think, as we would have liked, and so we're hoping to do something a little bit more creative here, maybe something on a more permanent level to implement some water quality treatment here, maybe some natural type features, look at basically anything we can to kind of fit on some existing land that's available for us to improve the water quality, reduce nutrients, reduce the sediments that make it through this canal and into the lagoon, and harm some of the ecology in the lagoon, as well as making recreation maybe not as fun for our residents as we'd like. Next line item, we have $11 million dedicated to a septic system upgrade or conversion to a centralized wastewater treatment system. Again, we have a couple options here. I think there's going to be a good opportunity to convert some systems into a centralized network that would be maintained by Water Utilities Department. I think there's also some innovative technologies now that we could use to replace existing septic tanks, maybe some old failing tanks, into some high-performance, advanced, nutrient-reducing systems. And included in this $11 million, we have $4.5 million identified for I think it's about up to 8 parks and rec facilities throughout the county. And then in addition to those parks, we would focus on areas, specifically Loxahatchee River watershed, if there's some opportunities there, as well as Lake Worth Lagoon watershed, and any other areas really that have either identified impairments to the surface water bodies identified by the state, or other nutrient hotspots that we could improve there. Next, we have $10 million identified for Green Cave Phase 2. This is a expansive project with multiple components. There's 63 acres of park space identified with some recreational lakes. This will be adjacent to Green Cave wetlands. This includes 8 new drinking water wells and some piping infrastructure, as well as a state-of-the-art 4 million gallon per day water purification facility. So that water will be highly treated, provided into the surface water lakes and parks area, and then made available to be infiltrated in the ground and then used in the new drinking water wells. So again, part of a larger project that's ongoing with the county right now. Next, $4 million under what we're calling the Palomar Environmentally Sensitive Land Acquisition category. And here looking at willing seller acquisition of a variety of environmentally sensitive lands, submerged lands, wetlands. Again, priority areas would be adjacent to some of the county's existing lands that we maintain, and to hopefully allow some consistent improvement in stormwater management as well as land management by the county in those areas. Then $3 million set aside in the Central Palm Beach County Historical Infrastructure Improvement Program. This is to leverage some of the county funds to create a matching program to really make some much needed improvements in roadway, stormwater, wastewater infrastructure, and again, implement some water quality improvements along the way in the area south of the airport. Just south of the airport. Corporate levy phase 2 improvements. We have $2 million identified. This is to assist in implementing or completing this project. There's an estimated $9.3 million to complete the remainder, the remaining 3-mile section of levee, separating the residents of the acreage from the Corbett Wildlife Management Area. And so we've set aside $2 million, hopefully to entice some other cost match, some other partners here to move forward with completing that $9 million project. And then $300,000 set aside, again, create a matching fund program to support Glades region customers for non-residential customers to implement or install backflow preventers, and as well as oil and grease interceptors. And so we think that we have almost 700 customers there that could be eligible for this matching grant. And that really ultimately improves service in those areas and maximizes or improves performance of our wastewater treatment system, as well as ensuring that safe drinking water reaches those customers. And then we have a couple of categories under stormwater improvements for our existing roadway network, and we've broken them up into a couple categories. The first being some underserved areas that we know have some flooding problems, and also maybe some infrastructure that's reached its end of useful life. And so we have just under $3 million, about $2.64 million in a variety of projects there on the slide, a variety of roadways that we know have some stormwater needs, and in the community countywide community revitalization areas. And then moving outside of those areas, engineering also identified some projects that have some stormwater needs. Again, infrastructure reaching its end of life, as well as some known flooding areas. So you'll see the list of projects there in a variety of areas throughout the county. And then we identified 2 projects that are currently in the infrastructure sales tax program that could be eligible here for some funding from this program. And those are areas listed on the slide as well. And then moving on, compatible with those 3 programs of roadway improvements, stormwater improvements related to roadways, we identified about $400,000 to be available to augment some of those other stormwater projects. And so this is really the water quality fund that can be leveraged to basically augment some of the stormwater quality or water quality improvements in those other roadway categories. So that's our vision for this $400,000 here. And then, as some people have commented at the task force meeting, the contingency amount is here, maybe the most important category, just because there's some unknowns in construction costs and everything else going on in our market right now as far as infrastructure improvements. So we have just under $1 million set aside for contingency, and that gives us a total of $64 million. And I'm available for questions, as well as the rest of the team that was working to put these projects together for you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Commissioner McKinley, you're recognized.
That was old.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to share with the board at the Water Resources Task Force meeting, and Commissioner McKinley joined us electronically as well. But the feedback from the various agencies and municipalities that were represented there was that they were supportive of this project list, although we didn't take a formal vote on it, but the comments came back very positively of where the county and how the county was investing these dollars on water and water improvement projects. And so I wanted to share that feedback with you also. I want to thank staff for this really comprehensive, well-served list of projects, not only will impact our water quality and our water availability, but also really help serve the environment here in Palm Beach County.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. I don't see any further comments from members of the board, or is there a motion?
Move to approve D1, A, B, C, and D.
Motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth to move forward 5D, 1A, B, C, and D. Commissioner McKinley, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and second that so we can continue conversation. I had actually 2 questions. Can you remind me again what the $4 million for culture is?
It's for culture type infrastructure, but we have not come up with an actual plan on how to distribute it, so we will bring an item back to the board for that one.
Okay, and then the South Lake Worth Inlet seawall replacement is being categorized as revenue replacement. How would that have been funded if these project dollars weren't available?
I think Deb Drum is here that can answer the questions for us.
Because that one's just kind of popped up between our last meeting and today's meeting.
Yeah, we had it under the water category, and we moved it specifically under revenue. We debated back and forth whether it would fall under water or not under the interim rule, and it definitely falls under the revenue replacement. But I don't believe there has been any funding of ad valorem dollars or county dollars for this project at this point. That's correct.
Hi, good afternoon. Deb Drum, Department of Environmental Resources Management. This project had always been contemplated as part of the $75 million pot of money for the water resources, so it's not new from that perspective. But within the last year, we did become aware of the status of the seawall and that inlet, and we dug deeper, literally got some assessment of what it looked like and became aware that we had a major infrastructure need. So this is a new awareness that we have that we're trying to address.
Thanks, Deb. And Ms. Baker, I know at our last meeting I had asked if there was a way that we could provide some sort of seed money or financial assistance to the South Florida Fairgrounds for a resiliency project as they expand possible shelter space. Is that contemplated in here?
That is not contemplated in these particular dollars. Again, these are the dollars that we're coming back with you with more specificity, was categories that the board had already approved, and so we did not add any new. What we are doing is looking at other revenue sources. We're going after additional dollars, and you'll hear it later for the legislative session. Again, we know that we've got dollars that we'll be able to move around once we receive additional funding. I am in support of working with the fairgrounds in order to come up with seed money or our proportionate share for a new facility, because they have been good partners, and we definitely would be able to work with them in using a new facility for sheltering when it's required. And so if, that has definitely been a part of our plan. And again, it's going with looking at HUD dollars, economic development, along with the going to the state. And again, we have up until 2024 to encumber funds, and then 2026 we must expend these funds. So a lot of projects, if they're not moving, we're going to be sweeping dollars.
Okay, I'm just going to restate my support for helping out with the South Florida Fair. And under full disclosure, I'm an ex officio member of their board of directors, but I do not vote on I don't have a vote on their board items. Obviously, they propose to use this facility for more than one reason, which is why I wouldn't support fully funding it. But the portion of the use of this proposed building that we should support is the resiliency part in the sheltering space. And the reason I bring it up is it similar to what we're doing with the Corbett Levy. The Corbett Levy is going to have local support from the governmental bodies in the acreage, the South Florida Water Management District, and Palm Beach County. When they go to the legislature, we're bringing something to the table. If we're going to the legislature supporting, and like you said in a future agenda item, going to the legislature to help support the South Florida Fair in their appropriation request, I hate to walk up there empty-handed. I've got two former House members and two former Senate members sitting up here that can tell you if you bring something to the table, you're more likely to be successful. So I again ask that we can dedicate a small portion of these resiliency dollars towards that effort. And then the last thing I bring up is I met with an interesting organization yesterday called American Humane, and they provide rescue dollars to, and they're going to be operating in Calusa off of, is that North Lake or the Beeline? Beeline Highway, in providing therapy dogs, guide dogs to our veterans suffering from PTSD. I know we're just approving a category for behavioral health. I'm just throwing this out there as a potential idea for staff to chew on for a little bit, in that maybe we can use some of those therapy dogs for our first responders and our law enforcement who also suffer from PTSD and have a local connection for other people outside of just the military. So, thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
I'd just like to compliment Commissioner McKinley in bringing that up. It's those dogs that have been used for veterans. Now, especially, we can review and expand that program for our first responders and law enforcement, and even those who have suffered through issues with nurses and those in our hospitals through COVID really could use the help of these dogs that are amazingly well trained for our veterans. And I even brought this up with our animal care and control to be able to transfer some of the animals there for use in training that you were talking about, Commissioner. So I commend you for that, and yeah, they should all chew on that a little bit, and maybe we can come back and get something positive for everybody. Thank you, Commissioner.
And that was an intended pun.
You can tell we're getting close to lunchtime. We do have some public comment on 5D1, and the only card that I have is the one and only Vice Mayor Chip Block from Jupiter Inlet Colony, who I understand from private sources has been doing the duty of mayor and vice mayor in that beautiful town.
Fortunately, the mayor is back.
It's awesome to hear.
Yeah, and good for me. First of all, I'd like to, even though she's not here, thank Denise Neiman for her years of service. And we're all very grateful for the wonderful job she did. I'm just here to support your efforts on allocating the ARPA money, especially for the water projects. I think Jeremy and Deb have done a wonderful job in selecting projects that will help accomplish the three goals that I have for water in the county, and that is water purity and supply, protecting the Lake Worth Lagoon, and protecting the Loxahatchee River. So I think you guys have done a wonderful job in, staff has done a wonderful job in proposing the allocation of these funds for all these different projects. I concur with Commissioner McKinley's recent remarks, and I think that the water projects, that the money that's been allocated to that will go a long way toward those three goals. So I just want to thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And we're also delighted to have some other elected officials in the crowd with us today. Mayor Joelle Flores from City of Green Acres, and as we know, Mayor Joe Kiles is with us as well from South Bay. And of course, the Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller needs no introduction. He's not a visitor, but he is joining us on the dais, and we're deeply appreciative of that. And a former senator, as was referenced earlier in the dialogue. There is a motion pending by Vice Mayor Weinroth on 5D1, A, B, C, and D, seconded by Commissioner McKinley. There's no further comments by members of the public or members of the board. All in favor? All opposed? 5D1 passes 7-0. Very good. Thank you to professional staff. All right, that brings us to 5E1, a very important board item regarding the redistricting of maps and the adoption of new commission district boundaries. I'm going to read a very short summary of what we're here today to do. Chapter 124, Florida statutes, requires the Board of County Commissioners from time to time to amend the boundaries of commission districts and maintain them as nearly equal in proportion to population as possible. As by way of background, on May 4th, 2021, the board approved the tentative redistricting timeline. On June 15th, 2021, the board approved the redistricting contract for consulting services and approved the following criteria to be applied when we're redrawing the district commission maps. Number 1 is achieve population equity within 10%. Number 2, adhere to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Number 3, follow the major natural and man-made boundaries. Number 4, maintain integrity of the communities of interest, including municipal boundaries. Number 5, ensure compactness. Number 6, contiguity of districts. And number 7, preserve the core of existing voters' districts. And I will say that those metrics were agreed to and voted on by the board. One metric that is not listed there, but I know the board all agrees on, is the commitment to openness in this process and to candor in this process, and to ensure that the public has a right to participate, and that these maps are ultimately drawn and voted upon with the proper public input, the proper metrics, and a commitment to doing it in the sunshine. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Patrick Rudder, Assistant County Administrator.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon.
As Mayor indicated, we are here to discuss our redistricting efforts. Our meeting this afternoon, is seeking direction from you in anticipation of coming back to you at some later dates, which I will discuss in a second, for your formal votes. As I begin, let me introduce the folks you're seeing here, and I want to make sure we acknowledge some of those who have been doing the significant work behind the scenes. With me to my right, Jerry Wilson, and beyond him, Steve Cody. Jerry and Steve have worked on us. This is their third go-round with Palm Beach County, I've come to understand, along with Ms. Baker. They are veterans of this process, and beyond their work with us taught us so much and guide us along the way, and can't say enough about the work they do with us and for us. They'll be able to get into that in a second. I want to acknowledge some of the Planning Division folks who are sitting a row back, but they're the ones who really do the work and have run the maps. Patricia Bain, get to see a lot of her the last week and a half or so at planning. Her staff, Kevin Fisher, her deputy, and Kevin Andrews, they're the ones who really do the work, have been working with our software and our information, and they're approaching master degree level and their ability to manipulate and work the information. Their work is tremendous. Bob Banks from the County Attorney's Office as well. So to run you through quickly, again, we are here discussing our redistricting update with the drop of the census information from 2020. Going back in time just a little bit, we were before you in May to discuss the conceptual timeline. The board approved that. That was back in May of 21. We followed up a month later in June with a contract with Jerry and Steve, and the redistricting criteria. That was both, those items were both approved by the board back in June. So we received the census information, and for better or worse, we knew this was going to be the case. We were going to be on a very short time clock, and it came to fruition. September 16th, we received the information in the format available for us to use in our software package that we're utilizing. And starting the afternoon of September 16th, basically, we began working up scenarios and ideas and thoughts, et cetera, and have been doing it continuously through late last week. We're conducting staff and redistricting. The consultants are reviewing our census information with us. Commission district level population assessment was performed. So we took that quick snapshot look at information to assess in part where we were at the time with our existing commission districts, kind of form that basis level information. We have been working with others. We've been in pretty close communication with the school district for quite a while. They certainly will respond to their elected officials, but our initial efforts for quite a while, we're in concert with each other. We share a lot of information. We actually performed a little GIS and mapping work with them and for them as well. So a lot of staff coordination. We appreciate a lot of feedback we've gotten from a number of our departments through time. Just to frame out the time frame for it, we're here today, November 2nd. We anticipate coming back to you November 23rd. That's a workshop day for permission to advertise the proposed districts. And then we anticipate coming to you for adoption on December 7th. So again, we're on a short time clock, but we certainly feel comfortable. We're ready to do the work, respond to your prompts, and take your direction today. And we can meet this timeline. So, redistricting requirements. So after each census, the boundaries, federal, state, and local, are reviewed and required to adjust, reflecting the population changes. Further, Florida statutes requires that county commission level seats be done in odd numbered years. Hence the need to get it done in the month of December. So it touched on it earlier, then the delays in the delivery of the census data. And just as a reference, in 2010, this level of information was available, I think it was April-ish timeframe. So we're working at a time deficit, but again, prepared to get it done. So that was the real quirk in this year's process. The criteria, Mayor was touching on it earlier. I wanted to touch on it one more time. The board adopted it in June, But the primary points which Jerry and Steve keep us in line for with every map we've drawn that we would stand behind. Achieving population equity, we talk about the 10% variance, and that's a 10% from total deviation potentially from one district, from the greatest potential below the median number to the greatest number above. So it's not 10% in any district per se. Adherence to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, that was amended. And again, Jerry and Steve can fill you in or answer any questions you might have, a little more focused on that point in a second. Following natural man-made boundaries, maintaining the integrity of communities, cities of interest, including the municipal boundaries, contiguity of the districts, and then preserving the core of the existing voters' districts. Quick snapshot of population. County came in at 1.492 million people, increased a little bit over 172,000, or right at 13%, hair above 13% from the 2010 census numbers. And then just trying to draw your attention to some points. Certainly one of the ones that jumps out at us was the Hispanic population identification. We rose from 19% overall countywide in 2010 to 23.5% effectively in 2020. And you can see some of the other numbers there and other points which served as the basis for moving into looking at our existing districts and then preparing new ones. So map here shows current commission districts, 2020 population, how things shake out. So a couple of the high points you can see from it. So I'm going to call you over to the far right column, percent deviation, just as a perspective. When you look at the deviation below that ideal number, so ideal being total population divided by 7, you can see that we range from District 6, which was 3.36% below the ideal number, to District 7, which is 2.63% above 6%. We talked just a second ago about 10% being that maximum number you would never want to exceed. Certainly our objective is to get to 0. We will endeavor to get to 0. It will be beyond difficult to get to 0. We work as hard to get to that point, though. But that just gives you a little bit of an idea on population. If you want to look as well at the percent growth column, you can see the lowest growth column, District 6, up to the highest growth column, highest growth district, District 7. So all districts grew. The other 5 were in pretty close number with each other. That 9% is just barely below the county overall number. So then moving, look at the census overall countywide. Again, we're touching on some of these same numbers. I mean, you can see another item that jumped out at us as well. White identification dropped 114,000, almost about 114,439 in this census as well. So certainly some interesting information we found this round 10 years after our 2010 number. I'm going to skip this slide because it carries a lot of the same information forward. So conceptual maps. We truly endeavor to do our very best and not flood you with information. You have 6 that were out there, and I want to discuss the points. We present 2 to you that form the basis for the recommendations for your consideration. We've met with you all individually, some of you a few times. When we had those meetings, we walked around with the 4 maps. We wanted to include that for you to know that was the reference point, that was the basis. So when we talked to you, we were using those points. The 2 that we have, 7D and 8, again, are the ones that we're presenting as the thoughts, but we did not want you to lose sight and not misunderstand that we had cast those aside. Those are the ones that form the basis with your feedback as best we could to work on to identify where we are. I would point out we have done about 50 different map versions to date. We could do 500 very easily. We're really looking forward to today to get your feedback and help bring this home and help coalesce around a point, because we could do this for quite a while. But the time has come to bring this home and get your feedback and tell us where to go. Really quickly then, I'm going to jump now to the two maps we're presenting to you, 7D, and without going into a great deal of detail, 7D-A meets all of our redistricting requirements that you set forth for us in June, retains a black majority in District 7, creates a Hispanic majority district in District 2. I would tell you that those identify as the high points for it. And just for reference, wrong one, 7D creates a, we talked about it being a majority Hispanic district. You would have 50.77% of the population Hispanic, and then District 7, the black population, would come in at 50.41%. Too far, flipped. Then really quickly touch on our map 8, scenario 8. Again, we would tell you it meets all of your redistricting criteria as well. This one retains black majority in District 7 as well. That comes in at 51.37%. This creates a Hispanic majority district in District 3. Hispanic population in District 3 in this scenario comes in at 50.21%. So with that, that's my quick overview. I'm going to hand it to Steve to take it from here.
Can you turn your microphone on, please?
Ready? Now try it.
Okay, now, thank you. My name is Stephen Cody. With Jerry, we have worked with Virginia in 2001, 2011, and now 2021, reviewing plans that have been put forth to you. If we can put my presentation up. Oh, keep up? Okay. There we go. And so our role has been to advise the county staff regarding districting criteria. We've consulted and met with 6 of the 7 of you, and we've reviewed the draft plans to make sure that they meet the requirements of the U.S. Constitution and federal law. We've looked at those 4 base plans that Patrick talked about, as well as the plans that have now been enumerated as 7D and 8. And the key here is to make sure that any district that is drawn gives minority voters a reasonable opportunity to elect candidate of the choice of that minority group. Now, constitutional provision or principles in redistricting, the idea of one person, one vote, the districts have to be as nearly equal as practicable. When we draw congressional districts, and Jerry and I have been involved in a number of states, that often requires us to get down to either 0 deviation, or in Florida in 2002, we developed plans that had a 1-person deviation. We can't go into houses and split houses. We can't go into houses and say the people who live in this bedroom are in District 2 and the people who live in those bedrooms are in District 3. So we try to get them as precise as possible. Congressionally, that's because the courts have ruled that the Due Process Clause under the Fifth Amendment requires near equal populations. However, under the 14th Amendment, which is what guides the states, the Equal Protection Clause, surprisingly, the Equal Protection Clause does not mean they have to be exactly equal. As Patrick discussed, we can go to a total deviation of 10%. Now, that shouldn't be the goal, to say, well, we're going to get to 10% and stop. The 10% there is a margin of error that can be used so that generally counties and municipalities are much smaller in terms of geography than states are, and so it's sometimes harder to get down to that nearly equal or nearly zero number. But taking that into consideration constitutionally, we then looked at the Voting Rights Act, which was amended or created in 1965, amended in 1982, and in subsequent years, and that prohibits using any practice or device or procedure which discriminates based upon race, color, and in 1980, was it 93? They put in the language provisions saying, and there that's based upon whether a language group reaches a certain threshold in a community. In a place like Palm Beach County, Korean would not be something where you would have to provide ballots to voters, but in certain sections of California, you would have to do that. Spanish is a language that you have to provide for here because the number of Spanish speakers. In Miami-Dade County, where I originate from, we also have to provide ballots in Haitian Creole because the number of Creole speakers exceeds the threshold. Now, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act doesn't have an expiration date. It's going to be with us not only now, but into the foreseeable future for the rest of this decennial period. So it's something that has to be followed. We can't get around it, and any attempt to do that would likely result in litigation by one or more of the members of the protected classes, and taking a trip across Clematis Street to the Federal District Courthouse where the matters would be litigated. Now, again, the Palm Beach County population is almost 1.5 million. 1.2 million of those were over the age of 18. At the time of the November 2020 election, we also look at voter registration. We were able to obtain voter registration data for the county broken down by precincts and the precinct shape files. So we were able to incorporate that beyond the data, the public law 94-171 data that your staff had and which is provided by Congress. Now, we had this last election, presidential election, you had 144,902 black voters, about 14% of your total, and 129,157 Hispanic voters, about 12%. And the turnout for all the voters in 2020, in the November election, was 777,837. And the reason that we look at political participation, because that informs us to a great degree about whether a particular plan will perform. It is possible, believe it or not, to draw a plan with a majority-minority population and draw it in such a way that it will not perform for that population, that minority population. That has been sort of a parlor game that's been practiced, especially in the South, to see, well, if we can meet the requirements under the Voting Rights Act facially, but not substantively. We wanted to make sure that anything that was done and presented to you would do both. Because there's no sense, again, in having you all being hauled into court. The role that we see for ourselves as consultants is helping you manage risk. The 7 of you have votes, we don't have votes. We can advise you, we can tell you, and if you know the risk and you not want to go in another direction, that's something that's completely within your power. We wouldn't advise it, but so long as you are informed, like a doctor would inform you before surgery, you can make the decision. Now, let's see. And all of a sudden, my version down here is just went blank. So, yeah. I may have to use the analog version, which, after spending so much time being digital. There we go. Well, I will just do this because I'm the one who wrote this, and I remember it. But what we did was, as I indicated, we took the voter registration data, we took the election results, and we focused on 3 election cycles. The Supreme Court in Thornburg versus Jingles said that a review of 3 election cycles is sufficient to do a review as to whether a particular plan would meet the requirements of the Voting Rights Act analysis. We looked at 2020, we looked at 2018 and 2016. In 2020, we looked at the presidential race between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And the issue that we had was the database that we were able to obtain from the Secretary of State of the state of Florida provided statewide races. So here in Palm Beach County, you have a relatively small number of elections which are countywide. I mean, you've got judges, but those tend to be low information. Those tend to be low impact elections. You've got the state attorney, you've got the public defender, you've got a few other offices. But those don't usually garner the kind of attention that some of these other races. So we find that these statewide races give a better indicator to us as to how these plans would perform.
Right click.
Right click. Okay. So we did this statistical modeling, and what that overall showed us was that Black and Hispanic voters preferred Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton for president, Andrew Gillum for governor, Sean Shaw for the attorney general, and Patrick Murphy for the United States Senate. Now, when we talk about minority preferred candidates, a minority preferred candidate doesn't necessarily have to be a member of a minority group. Andrew Gillum and Sean Shaw are African American. Marco Rubio is Hispanic, and yet he was rejected, lost in the minority districts under all 6 plans that we reviewed by near landslide levels. So the inference that we drew from that is that Marco was not the preferred candidate. But again, that is permissible. We prepared an extensive report, and I believe it was distributed to you on Saturday, doing the election analysis, which you can see in great detail. I'm not going to go through the multitude of charts that's included in that, but that's the kind of information that we would prepare and have ready so that in the event that there was litigation, we could either be prepared or, frankly, a potential plaintiff or plaintiff's attorney would be able to see our cards on the table and know what they would be facing. And the numbers are the numbers. There's not much that we can do to fudge them. We didn't say we're going to exclude certain areas from our analysis or only focus on particular areas. We did a review to make sure of what the preferred candidates were for Hispanic and Black voters countywide, and then focused in on the districts that had the majority Black and Hispanic populations. Now, Any of these 6 plans, we have concluded, meet the requirements of the Constitution, they meet the requirements of the Voting Rights Act, and they will perform for the minority groups. Again, there is no guarantee because, as you know, political campaigns are a lot more about race and ethnicity. To use an example, an Allen West conservative black candidate running for one of the black majority district facing a more liberal white candidate in that black majority district would probably lose. But that white candidate would very likely be the preferred candidate of black voters. And that's what the Voting Rights Act was drawn to do. In fact, there's a proviso in Section 2 that says that you can't make out a case simply by showing that there is not a proportionate number of minority elected officials in proportion to the membership in the population. So there's a lot of nuance to this, but having done the analysis, having looked extensively at these 6 plans with the 7 different districts, running the voting simulations, Jerry and I feel very confident that any of these 6, whichever one you choose, or if you want to use these as a jumping off point, we would have to rerun the analysis if any substantial change was made. But we feel that you would be in a very good position to withstand a challenge in a Federal Voting Rights Act case.
I'd basically like to thank staff and thank the county administrator for her assistance over the years and her leadership to this board in making sure that each time we've addressed this issue, we've come out with a legally enforceable plan that has endured the test of time. That is very important. We're pretty confident that whatever plan comes out of this work, if we make a recommendation concerning it, we're pretty certain that it's going to be defensible in a court of law. The other part of that is I'd like to commend Ms. Baker, Patrick, on what they've done here in terms of putting people in place and establishing the resources within the county so that you can do this on your own. Our role now becomes more legal than anything else because we have the planning director here, Ms. Ben, we have Kevin Fisher here, one of my Georgia Tech alums, but we were able to come here and find the resources that we need to actually get this done and to provide the information that you need to make a good decision. Always thanks to my associate, Steve Codian here. This is our 5th decennial census. We started with expert witness work. We moved to litigation. He handled Dade County's big case down there. Our role here basically is to make sure that whatever you come up with is legally defensible.
One last point, Mayor, to close from staff's perspective. And again, thank you, Jerry and Steve, for all their assistance so far and bringing this home with us as well. I did want to identify, we held a virtual town hall on October 25th. Just want to make the board aware. Presented information, no prospective maps. We're still in development, quite frankly. But spent a lot of time talking about the information, the data, process, timing, discussions with the board, upcoming, et cetera. We had close to 50 participants there virtually, went on for about an hour. So I just want to make you aware that we conducted that as well. So with that, I think that concludes where we are, and we're available for any questions and direction.
All right, very good. Thank you, Patrick, and to Steve and Jerry. Thank you for your professionalism and contribution to this process, not just in this cycle, but in cycles past. And we join you in the gratitude in thanking the staff and the resources that have been provided to make sure this is a process that is done with the due diligence and respect that it deserves. We'll go now to initial questions and comments by members of the board. We'll start with Commissioner Bernard and move to Vice Mayor Weinroth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much to Mr. Wilson and Mr. Cody for working on this, on the map, and also to staff, Patrick, Patricia, and the whole team. Patrick, you had mentioned that we had the workshop on October 25th. Whichever base map that we decide to go with, are we able to, with Ms. Baker, are we able to do one or two more workshops so in that way the public can weigh in on whichever base map that we choose?
If that is the board wishes, yes, we'll make it happen.
Okay. So if we can, that would be, so at least if we choose something, then the public can weigh in on that. I looked at the two maps in terms of, the two base maps in terms of, I guess, 7D and 8, if I'm correct. Just looking at both maps, it just seems to me that I would like to, from my perspective, is to start with the base map 8 as a start from my perspective, which is to do that first, and then to see what other comments that the public wants to weigh in on, or the commissioners, if there are different parts that, you know, that they have concerns regarding. But I'd like to probably more focus on the scenario 8, because on scenario 7, 7D, looking at it, I have a little bit of concern that as Ms. Cody mentioned, it looks like facially it could be a Hispanic district, but I don't know if it would perform substantively. So that's kind of the reason why I'd like to more focus on scenario 8, and I'd love to hear from our commissioners if they want to weigh in.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Bernard, for that initial guidance. We'll go now to Vice Mayor Weinroth.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, first of all, I'm assuming that you have a great deal of confidence in these numbers, and of course, we're married to them. But I'm certainly a little bit taken aback by the numbers with respect to the white population migrating out of Palm Beach County. And are you, I mean, these are the numbers that we're stuck with. No, whether we feel that they are a proper representation of our county or not, this is it. So I guess that conversation is really, it's not going to really matter. I think the analysis between the Rubio-Murphy contest is not really applicable. I say that because I think a lot of our voters are more attracted to party affiliation than they are to race. And in particular, Palm Beach County, which we all understand leans to left, that a Murphy versus Rubio, notwithstanding the characteristic of a Hispanic versus a white candidate, I think that the fact of a Republican versus a Democrat was the predominant factor in that race. So I wouldn't use that particularly to say that Hispanic voters are not going to embrace a Hispanic candidate. I think that we have seen with District 7 that it's become a reliably minority district. We do that, number one, based on the performance we've seen since that district was first set up. And number two, I think because that district, as we see from the numbers in front of us, is reliably a Democrat district, so that two candidates that are going to be viable in that district will tend to be from the Democratic Party. And that being said, that factor taken out of the equation, I think a Caucasian versus a black candidate, the black candidate is going to have the traction to be able to garner the support. Not that that's certainly going to be the only reason someone is going to vote for that candidate, but certainly it's going to give them the traction and the ability to stand up to that kind of campaign. So I think that as we start looking at these two maps, and I agree, and also I would like to commend Commissioner Bernard for having been really the first one to bring up the whole issue of a Hispanic district when we were talking about this about a year or so ago. And it was certainly his thought that it was time that we make some provision to give a Hispanic candidate equal footing and an opportunity to be elected to this body. Between the two scenarios, I agree with Commissioner Bernard. I think that the commissioner has identified scenario 8 as the one that makes sense, and I say that for two reasons. One, I think that it comports with what we're trying to do, gives an opportunity for a Hispanic candidate to have an opportunity to be elected. Number two, from a purely political point of view, that may be an open seat if there's no change in our charter between now and when that seat will be up in 24, I guess that would be. So certainly a candidate will have much better opportunity to be elected into that seat as an open seat versus having to run it against an incumbent. So I think that for practical purposes, if we are really committed to making this a seat where there will be a real opportunity for a Hispanic candidate to be considered by the voters, this is the one where D3 makes the most sense to become the Hispanic seat as opposed to D2, where again an incumbent would be in that seat at the next election. So for that reason, I join Commissioner Bernard in his thoughts that I would like to see us focus on scenario 8 as the one that would be one that I could embrace. From my own perspective, there is no difference really in any respect with D4 between the two, and so I have no ox to gore in this. I have no real skin in the game, and I think that it's a balanced seat. I think it makes the most sense, and I certainly would certainly support that one. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We'll go now to Commissioner Weiss, then to Commissioner Marino.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank staff for the work you all have done. I mean, with everything else going on at the same time, and we all know everything you've been working on to be able to take this on as well. So I commend you all on that. To our consultants, you said something, Mr. Cody, that you talked about substantial change, or maybe it was Mr. Wilson. What would become substantial change? What does that mean?
What you mean in terms of if we were to take one of these plans and alter it in some way, at what point does that change become substantial?
Correct.
It depends. I mean, that's a lawyer answer, I know, but if, for instance, nobody lives in the intercoastal, And so if you were to move where the district crosses the intercoastal, that's not going to have any substantial change. If, for instance, you take Boca West out of one district and move it to another, and you move even 4,000 people, not voters, not voting age population, just 4,000 people, that can throw off the balance of the district, and it can also change the performance, depending upon the characteristic and the voting behavior of those voters. But if you were to say, well, I just want to move one block that's got maybe 40 people from one district to another, and that's it, probably, I can pretty much guarantee you that that wouldn't be a substantial change. But if you're talking about thousands of people being voted, or being moved, then that's something that we would probably want to go back in and rerun the performance analysis on that altered version.
So yesterday during our conversation, one of the things I asked you about was, specifically, that were certain neighborhoods. I know in particular where I live, in the past, my neighborhood actually got split. And so to understand, that we didn't have the maps that you all provided to us, or the staff provided to us, all, on sort of the aggregate, they show, we can see things, but at the micro level, at the street level of saying, yeah, well, this neighborhood, these people, they really do belong to this neighborhood. They may be separated by a street or something, a major street that people, unless you're familiar with the neighborhood, you might not know. So those kinds of changes would not, I shouldn't, because I can't say for certain, but not necessarily, but those are the kinds of things we might be able to accept the maps, but be able to make some of those corrections or adjustments. I shouldn't say correction, adjustments.
You can certainly make any adjustment that you want. How it affects the outcome in terms of population, voting age population, and performance is something that I can't tell you if in your specific neighborhood, moving a portion of that neighborhood back into a district or forth, if that's going to be a substantial change without knowing a lot more facts.
I mean, if we're talking about a few hundred voters, though, it's
A few hundred voters probably would not
okay.
make.
I just wanted to sort of get to that.
Okay.
As it relates to the maps, and I do really appreciate Commissioner Bernard's comments, because I think there's a lot of wisdom in there in understanding how these areas perform. And I would agree that map 8 probably would have the highest probability of being able to elect somebody of a minority choice. I also believe that District 3 will run gets elected in the presidential years, which has a higher turnout of minorities. Typically in the gubernatorial elections, our minority turnout tends to be a little lighter.
Mhm.
And so by being up in the presidential years, it will continue to provide potential maximum turnout.
Right.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Commissioner Marino.
Well, I'm going to do something I don't do quite often. I don't like either one of these maps. And I don't think that we should be here saying that it's either one or the other. You've given us a lot of scenarios. So I want to know what the procedure is if somebody like me who looks at this map and says you're disenfranchising an entire area of people to the east of Route 1 in Riviera Beach and putting them into a district that is not really their character. So how do we massage these maps? I guess that would be
I think we go in a couple different ways, Commissioner. Certainly trying to establish a baseline for thought and taking your input. I would say that
because I'm consistent in this. I'm consistent in my position that anything south of North Lake Boulevard that is starting to get into Lake Park and into Riviera Beach is not reflective of District 1.
I think if that was a direction, we could take that point.
Yeah.
If there was direction to work off one map and take that point and begin to incorporate it and see how it might meld with one of the other scenarios that's out there, but taking those individual inputs, I think that might go back to where Steve was touching on some points. It may or may not have a big population change and in turn a large factor impact piece of it, but certainly hearing something like that identified, we can begin to take that back. We do need the starting point though, and it's not to limit the board. If the board directs us to consider 2 different maps for basis points and accept a lot of these inputs, we can go back and work that kind of information as well.
Having answered that question, Commissioner Moreno, let me just give Commissioner Bernardo a chance to respond.
Commissioner Moreno, I do agree with your suggestion, but this is just the base, so in that way, the staff can go back and come back to us and to really hone in on exactly. I saw that the difference in District 1 and District 7, so I think they're going to go back, and then with the directions that we're giving today, there will make those changes.
And I'm happy to start with these. I would not be happy ending with these.
Understand.
Because it was in our discussion, that was a constant theme in our discussion on that. You're talking about disenfranchising people, and I don't want to do that. So I'm happy to start with these. I will not be happy to end with these as they are here presented to us today.
Understand.
Just so that we continue to work in sort of a cohesive dialogue, beyond that one section that you were discussing, were there other aspects to the map that you objected to?
No, I think it's fine. In my discussion with staff, I thought Lake Park should be one continuous. I thought that Bay Hill Estates should go into, Bay Hill and Rustic should come into District 1 because they are Palm Beach Gardens. As for the rest, we can massage the rest, but I felt that those voters would be disenfranchised not being in District 1 and not fairly represented.
Commissioner Bernard?
Mr. Rutter, one of the parts that I'm looking at is like on the south end of District 7. There are some parts that you have that was not part of District, that was part of District, it looks like it was part of District 4. So if there are like some populations, if we put those back in District 7 in that part, then you can also adjust it somewhat in the south part, wherever you can make the math work.
I think our intent, certainly accepting all the feedback, start with that point. If that doesn't yield something that we're all comfortable with, we would probably work some thoughts ourselves, clearly identify for the board where we went beyond your direction and what we felt we needed to do with more options as necessary to make it all work. But understanding your point, Commissioner, yes.
Thank you.
And do all 4 of these maps, the ones, well, actually it's 6 maps, I believe, they do represent a Hispanic district and a Black district.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, any further comments?
No, I think I'm good for the moment.
All right, we'll check back in with you. Commissioner Sacks and Commissioner McKinley.
Mr. Cody and Mr. Wilson, and all of you, thank you so much, but it's particularly to you 2 gentlemen. I know you've worked on these for years. And correct me if I'm wrong, the issue that we need to review is the population of the various districts, not the performance, the political performance of the different districts. For example, politicians don't pick their districts. The people pick the districts. We get elected within the districts as modified through census. So as politicians, we cannot review maps based on political performance. For example, this district voted Democrat, this district voted Republican, this district voted for Murphy, this one voted for Allen West, things of that nature. They should not even be and correct me if I'm wrong, but those issues should not even be part of our discussion when we redraw maps consistent with population.
Well, if I,
Operative issue is minority issues, majority districts, majority districts. It's the people that we're looking at, not necessarily who the people vote for as a result of redistricting. Mr. Wilson?
Well, Commissioner, we have the ability to look at all of this. And your primary concern should be, can I stay out of court with whatever plan is that I vote for? And in terms of evaluating that, we're able to look at the protected classes of people.
Correct.
And make decisions about whether or not those voters can actually influence substantially or control an election in a district that's designated with a substantial number of those people. Okay? That's
a Voting Rights Act.
A Voting Rights Act.
That is sort of the pole star of what we need to review when we're looking at moving peoples from one
Yes.
district to another.
Yes. But on a political basis, it is quite possible for any candidate to look inside that district and see how the partisanship plays out and who people actually vote for over time. There are ways to do that.
The Supreme Court turned down a number of maps by the legislature, specifically the state Senate map. Glad that we've got Senator Joe Abruzzo here with me. We lawyers, you're lawyers. We don't want to go to court. We want to make sure that we do this right so we don't go to court. And we know that the Supreme Court threw out those maps because they were made with the idea that politicians were choosing their districts because of the way they would vote on the political parties. What we need to look at is not necessarily how they perform politically, but how they are contiguous, how they are a minority-majority or majority-minority, and that's what we need to review when we, as my colleague said, massage these maps. That's it. Yes, Mr. Cody?
yes, well, the Florida Senate map that you're speaking about was one that was enacted after the voters adopted Amendments 4 and 5 to the Florida Constitution, which laid out a number of criteria which could not be used. For instance, drawing a district for the political advantage of a particular political party.
That's exactly it.
But that amendment doesn't apply here, and that amendment would not have any influence on a federal judge, because very often in cases like this, if we see, for instance, that the turnout among minority voters is significantly lower than the turnout among non-minority voters, and that may have a historical artifact because of going back into the 60s with literacy tests and poll taxes and whatnot, and those communities not having the habit of voting. So you might say, well, where a community overall would be majority, should be an effective district. In many, many cases, we have had to draw districts that have been into the 60s in terms of the percentage of minority population to make sure that it was a performing district. But also as part of that analysis, we would look at how the voters voted. I mean, one of the key things the Supreme Court talked about in Thornburg versus Jingles, and the Senate looked at in the 1982 amendments to the Voting Rights Act, was the race of particular candidates and the support given by voters of various races and ethnicities to those candidates, again with a caveat that you don't necessarily have to be a minority candidate to be the minority preferred candidate. Joe Biden, again,
So
Joe
my
Biden
question, my question is this. Does this board look at political affiliations when we manage the lines on these maps?
Well, your staff did not have data regarding political registration in terms of party. The data was available to me as I did this analysis, but I did not load it into the system because I didn't want to know, and frankly, I didn't care how trying to figure out how white Republicans or black Democrats voted as a subset. That wasn't my concern.
So my question is still, do we, since you have not given us the data, is it because this is not a particular factor that we should look at in redrawing district maps?
In terms of our party affiliation, I don't think it is relevant. However, how those...
You don't think it is relevant?
I don't
It
think...
is or it ain't, you know, I mean, we don't want, and I know you're a lawyer and you're giving me a lawyer's answer, but I think that if we're not going by the Florida, or the federal court jurisdiction on county maps, as we have experience in legislative maps, in congressional maps, is this a factor that we look at? And I don't think it is, obviously, because you haven't looked at the data except for you.
Commissioner
So, yeah,
Sachs,
that's good.
could I offer a perspective?
Yes, please, thank you.
So I think that my understanding of our obligations and duties are to redistrict the maps in a way that does not violate the Fair Voting Act, and that we have self-confined and constrained ourselves to the 7 metrics that are listed within the executive brief. We've done that of our own accord. We've done that because we think it's the right thing to do. Having said that, as long as we don't run afoul of the Voting Rights Act, we do have the ability to consider whatever data we deem relevant. As we sit right here, because of the vision of this board, the maps that we are discussing and preliminarily selecting, to be clear, have had no partisan influence or data input into this process. That was at the direction of this board, that was at the foresight of our consultants, and that was an obligation of the staff to abide by. So we can say that it may be lawful, it may not be appropriate from a moral or ethical boundary, but it certainly was lawful, but we haven't done it, and we've confined ourselves to the 7 metrics that we have utilized to produce the present maps that sit before this board. Is that fair?
Yes.
You said it perfectly. Thank you, Mayor. Got it, thank you.
All right, very good. Commissioner McKinley, and then to Vice Mayor Weinroth. And then I'll have some comments on the map as well.
Thanks, Mayor Kerner. I'm kind of with Commissioner Marino on this one. I hate number 8. I hate 8. I guess that'd be a hashtag. One of the reasons is it actually, in my current district, from this vantage point, it looks like you actually split one of my gated communities. And I think that we should be keeping neighborhoods intact. The other issue that concerns me is keeping that like-minded community association together as best we can. And when I look at the West Boynton residential neighborhoods, currently they're represented by about 2, it looks like, 2 county commission districts, and map 8 splits that up into 4. And that's one thing that I don't particularly like about this map. And I'm trying to figure out on map 8, I don't know, you guys know the numbers better than I do, but you're taking out about 6 or 7 or 7.5 neighborhoods out of District 6, and it looks like we're replacing them with 2 or 3, and I just don't get how the numbers work on that one. But I would much prefer a starting point on map 7D than on map 8 if we're just trying to narrow it down between two. But I don't like that idea of splitting the southwestern side of the county down into 4 different districts rather than the current 2 districts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. Vice Mayor Weinroth, and then back to Commissioner Marino.
Thank you. And responding to Commissioner Marino, I mean, I understand your view about that piece of land over there in the Barrier Island, but, you know, I think in District 4, it's the same scenario where I'm going up as far as North Palm Beach, and I think that the Barrier Island has always been a little complicated. I don't, you know, we have single-member districts as far as elections. We're all dealing with the issues of the county on a global basis, and so I don't see that being a real issue, but certainly I can see the need to make, you know, even these things up a little bit and make more contiguous communities. I agree with Commissioner McKinley. I'd hate to see a community divided in half. I think anything that can be done to keep a community together. You know, Delray Beach as a city is divided into 3 districts, and that's not necessarily the greatest thing, but I think that it's worked okay, and in some fashion that gives them 3 representatives up here to be able to lobby to get something accomplished, so that, you know, what could be viewed by some as a weakness can be actually a strength. And I know down in Boca Raton, for congressional districts, we always appreciated the fact we had 2 congressional districts, and so that we had 2 members of Congress that were representing Boca Raton. So I don't see, it could go either way. I mean, certainly if you, I still think scenario 8 is a great jumping off point because, again, of the of creating the Hispanic district. I think going back to whether this is really going to give someone an opportunity to mount a successful campaign, I look back at 2008, and I think when President Obama had run, we saw a much higher participation by minorities at that time. Both Hispanic, Asian, and Black voters came out in much higher numbers than they had in 2004 because of the candidate. And so I think that a Latino, Hispanic candidate in whatever district is going to have more participation, and I think that will at least allow them to be viable, and I think that's what we're trying to do here. It certainly isn't going to ensure the success of a Hispanic candidate, but it's going to at least give them an equal footing. So again, I would look to this as a good starting jumping off point. I think certainly some tweaks could be, you know, accommodating the comments that have been made by District 6 and District 1, but I think that this gives us a very good starting point. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Marino?
Thank you. Let me clarify something. I think earlier I said disenfranchise. I really should have said maintain integrity of communities of interest, including municipal boundaries, as is on your slide. So I'm not dividing a barrier island. I don't know where that came from because District 1 includes the top half of Palm Beach. District 7 has the bottom half of Palm Beach. I am talking about the inland side. That would be Riviera Beach, which would be where I'm saying keep communities of interest, including municipal boundaries, together. That is my clarification for that. Thank you.
But on the flip side, you get all of Peanut Island, so you're not splitting that community up. All right. So obviously the conversation is centered on, to varying degrees, scenario 8 being the starting point or jump-off point, as it were, for moving forward. And as I look at it, I can certainly appreciate the comments made, particularly by Commissioner Bernard, who, to his credit, advocated before this board for charter changes to help accommodate a district. We can call it a Hispanic district, but it's really a district where the Hispanic majority in that district can advocate and elect their preferred candidate. And it's not about the race or gender or color or ethnicity of the candidate itself. It's about the right for a minority community to select their preferred candidate, which I'll talk about in just a moment. But as I look at the metrics that we've agreed to follow when we're talking about preserving the core of existing voters' districts and the contiguity of those districts and maintaining the integrity of communities of interest and following major natural man-made boundaries, obviously Map 8 and specifically District 3 disregards a lot of those metrics. We can see on the face of it that it is in many ways bending over backwards. And for what purpose? It's bending over backwards to accommodate in the most efficient way and in a way that performs the best for a community of color, specifically the Hispanic community, to have a district where they can choose a preferred candidate. And I'm very much moved by that perspective. Also, the issues discussed by Commissioner Weiss that, and Vice Mayor Weinroth, where this district will perform better in a presidential election year versus the midterm election. And quite frankly, I think it best captures the heart and soul of the Hispanic population in our county. And I think that, and my thoughts are relevant on this point, but I think that Commissioner Weiss could very well be the preferred candidate by a Hispanic majority, much like I was when I ran in District 87, one of the most Hispanic districts in the state of Florida for the Florida House of Representatives, against several other Hispanic candidates. And on that day, on that election, I was their preferred candidate. And what I think is most important about our analysis here today is the fact that within this county, as of 2020, there is a very large and growing and significant Hispanic population that is touching, in aggregate numbers, that of the African American population and black population in this county. And that to disregard Scenario 8 because of personal or political motivations would simply continue to disenfranchise the Hispanic community for an additional 2 or 4 years because of personal desires or preferences that any individual commissioner would have. And so I say all of that to say the following two things. First of all, I think it is vital and imperative that this county and this county commission create a minority-majority district for the county commission that is Hispanic majority, and that it is done in a way that makes that reality happen sooner rather than later. And in that we find Scenario 8, which I think accomplishes both of them. I know there are amendments to this that need to be made in equity to all the members of this board, but as a jumping off point, it would be a very proud day for me to be able to be a part of redistricting District 3 to be the first Hispanic majority district in Palm Beach County. Commissioner McKinley, you're recognized.
I lost my train of thought. I'll come back.
All right, well, maybe now is an appropriate time to jump into public comment, and then we'll have time for the board to deliberate and continue the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first person will be Maria Antuna, followed by Joel Flores. Mayor Joel Flores.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm here as Maria Antuna, a 46-year Hispanic resident of Palm Beach County, and as the CEO of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Palm Beach County. I'd like to share with you today the importance of having, as we're calling, a Hispanic district. On a local level, Hispanics currently make up 23.5% of Palm Beach County's population and growing. It is anticipated that by 2030, Hispanics will soar by 44% in Palm Beach County. Hispanics are now the largest demographic group in Palm Beach County, along with the school district. There are approximately 10,000 owned Hispanic businesses in Palm Beach County and growing. But we have one factor that is not reflecting the population numbers. That is the political power. By having a Hispanic district would give us a chance to seat a Hispanic figure, or at the very least, someone that supports and believes in the Hispanic community. Let me read you a section of an article I recently read. Based on interviews and a review of government rosters and voter registration records, there are currently 15 elected Hispanics in municipalities, county, school board, state legislative, and congressional offices in 2 counties, which are Broward and Palm Beach County. That works out to about 3.5% of the 433 currently filled positions. The number of Hispanic elected officials is unchanged from 8 years ago, although many of the 15 are different people in different places. Now allow me to share a few key points on a national level. I share this because I want all of you to know the impact and contributions Hispanics have and are making in this country. These impact and contribution apply and filter down to Palm Beach County. As I mentioned earlier, there are approximately 10,000 owned Hispanic businesses in Palm Beach County. There are 4.7 million Hispanic-owned businesses in the country. Together, Hispanics contribute over $800 billion to the U.S. economy each year. Hispanics are starting businesses 3 times the rate of the general population, and half of all new Hispanic entrepreneurs are women. Overall, Hispanics power the economy with a $2.9 trillion gross domestic product and comprise 18% of the American workforce. We are a huge part of the growth of Palm Beach County. I've spoken to various Hispanic businesses, and the feedback is pretty much consistent, that we have worked and earned the opportunity to have a Hispanic district. It's our time. And just quickly, I'll share a little background about myself and why I am so passionate and believe in this. Arrived here on August 5th of 1962 from Cuba. Lived in Miami while the Catholic Charities processed us. We came with absolutely nothing. My parents didn't have a dollar or a quarter to their name. During this time, my father worked 5 jobs. My mother sewed until 2 to 3 in the morning, as she was 8 months pregnant when we got here and was not able to find work.
Ma'am, I hate to do this at such an intimate moment in your comments to the board, but we did run over about a half a minute on your comments. And in the interest of equity and equality, we don't really allow
No
deviations
worries
from that.
whatsoever. I thank you very much for your time.
Absolutely. We may have a question or comment for you, Commissioner McKinley.
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks for sticking it out today. So I have a question for you. If we were to draw the first Hispanic majority district, would you rather that district be 50.77% Hispanic or 50.21% Hispanic?
Well, it's,
The higher of the
it's,
two.
It's right there. It's right there. So, I mean, I'm in support of a Plan 8, obviously. That's the one that makes more sense. And we're looking to where the Hispanic community can have the better opportunity to move forward and thrive in, Palm Beach County.
Okay. I'm just curious because actually option 7D has the highest percentage of Hispanic voters in that one at 50.77. So it's almost it's a half a percentage point plus higher than option 8.
Okay. Appreciate the question.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate you evaluating the maps in anticipation of your comments. Mayor Joel Flores from the city of Green Acres. Is he next? Well, he's next now, so.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator, staff. To be honest with you, it's an honor to be here before you speaking about a district that's majority, or would have a majority of Hispanic residents. You know, the Hispanic community is no longer an obscure community. As you can see, we have CEOs, we have directors of health. Dr. Alfonso was just here. About 5 years ago, we elected a Hispanic mayor, which is standing before you here today in Green Acres. Last year, we were able to also elect a female Hispanic school board member. So our community continues to grow. I think we're starting to focus our efforts a little bit more into the political landscape. I know that we haven't always been a cohesive unit. When you talk about Hispanics, is many different countries, many different cultures, and we don't always see eye to eye with each other. However, when it comes here in the United States, I think we're starting to work a little bit better, especially here in Palm Beach County. I think we made tremendous stride. So it's an honor to be here before you today, talking about this possibly quote-unquote Hispanic district. When I look at the map, I'm also looking at it from the mayor's side of the house, the community that I represent. When I look at that, is this 8? Yeah, so when you look at District 8, it pretty much keeps Green Acres in District 3. It also does something very similar to Palm Springs. In the past, we have been divided between 2 and 3, and I have great working relationship with both of those commissioners. However, having our community split has become a little cumbersome. So when you look at it here, not only am I going to be able to keep my city in District 3, you know, I would also be able to have that Hispanic quote-unquote district here. I think 8 would make the most sense. I do understand some of Commissioner McKinley's you know, some of her worries there. I think there's some massaging that probably needs to do, and I'll leave that up to you. I believe, I got 20 seconds. I believe Commissioner Bernard made a comment about having more public workshops. I encourage you to do so and solicit the feedback of the Hispanic community. Thank you so much for having this discussion. I think it's been needed for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, we do have 3 non-public speaking cards, but there's one that I'll read because she was here, she had to leave.
Absolutely.
That's from Susie Diaz, and she states that please support Plan 8 with slight modification to include north end of City of Green Acres into District 3, creating a Hispanic district. The recent census data supports this, and it would create the opportunity for me to for more equitable representation. Thank you. And the others will receive and file, Mr. Mayor.
All right, receive and file without objection. That concludes comments by comments by members of the public. We are back in discussion, or we can give initial direction. Commissioner Sachs?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Looking at map 8, let me just say that I absolutely agree that we need to make a greater district for the Hispanics in our county. And it's interesting, the statistic that was given to us by staff, that they have 90% voting turnout by the Hispanics. I think it's very significant that we note that. I would like to note that also, however, in map 8, and I know that yesterday when I had the agenda review with the staff, we were able to put a map together that would take people from the overflow people from District 5, which is my district, into let me see, look at it a little bit better here, into District 6, which needed people. We're able to do that by following the boundary of Hypoluxo Road to the northwest. And I would ask staff if we could, if you could, I was speaking specifically to Mr. Wilson yesterday. If we could find that map that we redrew yesterday, if I could see a copy of it, also with the statistics as we move forward, Mayor, on our review of these maps. That would be very helpful to me, because I don't think it affected any of the other districts in terms of numbers of people or minority majority votes, not votes, but people. So if we could do that, I would appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacks, and obviously each and every county commissioner should feel free and probably should take up this continuing opportunity to work directly with Mr. Rudder and with the consultants, even though it looks like we're headed towards a map 8 as a jump-off point. Certainly nothing prohibits us from bringing other maps back and allowing a commissioner to make their case or other specific amendments to that map. Commissioner McKinley and then Vice Mayor Weinroth.
Thank you. Earlier this morning, in reference to this item, I received an email from Commissioner Joaquin Almazan from the city of Belglade that he asked if I would please read it. I'll skip over a little bit of it as it's public record so the media can pick it up. I'll read the second and third paragraph. As a recently elected City of Belglade Commissioner whose family proudly worked and continues to work in the sugarcane industry, it was not surprising to see the growth of voting age population among ethnic minorities. I am proud to have been elected by the people of Belglade earlier this year to help bring a balance and representation that our city and region has been leaning towards. I support the creation of a county commission district where Hispanics will have an opportunity to reflect their families, their neighborhoods, and their community in the voting booth, and hopefully one day on the dais. So I just wanted to make sure I handled his request and read that into the record. I can see the writing on the wall. I'm still going to go on record. I am not comfortable with scenario 8. When you look at that 8, or that population by race, and you see that District 2, or map 7D, that makes District 2, I don't know, I'm getting confused, but actually 7D, number 2, has a higher 50.77% Hispanic than number 8, which has 50.21. I don't understand why we're cutting up. And you actually look at these two maps that we're looking at, 7D and 8, which seem to be the two most final of the finals. Part of it is continuity of districts, or contiguity of districts too, and not cutting them up. And this one just looks, number 8 just looks so cut up for District 2 and for District 7. It's very choppy, and 7D is far more intact and accomplishes the same thing that we're trying to accomplish in having 2 minority access districts.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. Vice Mayor Weinroth.
I think that what is most important to me is, again, making this a district that is viable for a Hispanic to run. I think we've agreed that during a presidential year, that's going to be a real determinant of who is going to appear at the voting booth. And I think with the District 2 Commissioner acknowledging, notwithstanding the fact that, yeah, this, we could use the G word, but we don't use it, especially with a minority district, but it is a little bit worked around the objective, but I'm not uncomfortable with the way that this has been drawn. I think that scenario 8 has given us a almost unanimity as far as being able to accept this as the jumping off point and make the tweaks that will accommodate District 1's concerns. And certainly, as I said, I have no problems with whatever would be necessary from District 4 to reaccommodate or reapportion District 7 so that it could be made more compact and accommodate the needs of District 1. So again, I think that the ultimate objective is to get someone to have the opportunity to be elected. We certainly cannot guarantee that Hispanic will be the candidate of choice from the newly drawn district, but I think this gives them the best opportunity in a presidential year. Again, I think is a determinant between District 2 and District 3. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner McKinley, did you want to respond directly to that, or did you want to just get back in the queue?
No, I just had one more comment, that there are 3 districts up for reelection, or 2 for reelection, and 1 is an open seat, and the only Hispanic candidate filed so far is actually running in District 6. So just wanted to point that out.
Commissioner Bernard, then Commissioner Sacks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just want to thank you for at least using the Plan 8 as the jumping spot. I had the chance to review the Plan 70, and if you really, really look at it deeply, even though there is a little bit more percentage of Hispanics in that district, but the chances of a Hispanic person ever winning in that district is just slim to none. And so even though it exists, but in terms of a potential primary, they would never be able to win in that district. However, in the other plan, in Plan 8, it gives that person the opportunity. It's not guaranteed, but at least it gives them that opportunity. So that's the reason why, even though it's slightly smaller, but someone can actually win it in the Plan 8. Thank you.
And I join you in that perspective, which is why I'm behind Map 8. Commissioner Sacks, and then Commissioner Marino.
Thank you so much, and I agree with everything that's been said with regard to the Hispanic district. And I would also like to specifically note, however, that on map scenario 8, the section that I'm over on District 5, and the scenario that I spoke with staff yesterday naturally put most of the people from District 5, that was the overflow, into District 6, which needed people. In scenario 8, what we have is part of District 5 going into District 3, which is which really doesn't need people. So actually it's District 4, I apologize. So District 5 with the overflow, and especially with, if you look down on the southeastern portions of District 5, you can see that it juts out into District 4, and that's been like that since we went from single districts to this map, which is over 20 years. And I know that one of these scenarios, one of the factors is a continuity of communities staying together. And this is what we discussed yesterday, or I discussed yesterday with staff. Thank you for the time. So I'm very much interested in seeing the map that we draw, and we also drew the numbers so that by taking the overflow of District 5 and putting that into 6, we were able to reach an equality of numbers which would be consistent with what we need without removing parts of District 5 into District 4. Parts of that population that have been in part of the county for over 20 years. So I think that's very important. Mayor, if I could get that map that we drew very carefully yesterday, if that could be submitted to the county so we could review that as well. Is that okay, Mr. Rudder?
Yes, ma'am, we'll find that.
Very good, because we took quite a while to work with the numbers, and I'd appreciate if we could do that. Thank you, and giving it to all the county commissioners. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacks. Commissioner Weiss? All right, Commissioner Marino.
Thank you. From strictly a numbers perspective, scenario 7 actually puts the Hispanic rate at 52.38. And we haven't even talked about map 7. So if we were looking strictly for numbers, the percentage, but it would be District 2, not District 3, is 52.38, which is the highest percentage of any of these maps. So if we're if we're talking about numbers, we're looking at a different map. We're not looking at map 7C or D or 8. We're looking at map 7. So I think what we need to do as a board is try to work the numbers as best we can. I know that each of these maps is legal, is lawful, can be proved in a court of law, but we also need to make sure that we aren't, as it says, and the word is not disenfranchising, we are keeping communities of interest together and we're preserving the core of existing voters' districts. So that is just my last and final say.
And I think it's a very passionate plea that you've made, along with Commissioner McKinley on a couple of occasions, but it seems as though there's a majority of this board at this time that is more in favor of map scenario 8, which does not preclude further discussions and deliberations at a later date. But I do think it's important for us to find some direction. Unanimous would be great, but at least have 4 commissioners solidly behind a jumping off point. So with that, is there sufficient direction for you to proceed towards?
Yes, Mayor, there is. If I could run through really quickly and clarify and make sure I've hit on all the points that the board has indicated today. First, definitely picked up on scheduling up probably another virtual workshop or so. And just to be clear for the board, given the timing before November 23rd, it probably would not include the maps with all the revisions. We can present it, certainly share the information the board has brought up, but I just want to be clear for the board that when we do that, we want to make sure we have worked with you, and you're the first ones to see it when we do work off these changes. I see second, certainly mindful and understand Commissioner Marino's points. Those are absolutely taken, and our starting point, I should back up, starting point would be the scenario 8, being mindful of the points that Commissioner Marino has made, taking the points that Commissioner McKinley has made about the changes. Commissioner Sachs, we will get back in touch with you on your information as well. And then I just wanted one caveat to all this. I think I started with it, but just covering myself a little bit. Identifying the changes that need to be made. If we needed to do something else to provide greater equilibrium in numbers or things like that, we will clearly identify it for you. But we might need to make some post-change changes in the event that happens, and I just want to be clear, but we will be upfront with you and tell you, responding to direction X, we had to make a couple other tweaks to make numbers work in some form or fashion. We will be very upfront about that, but I just wanted to be clear that might be the case.
Commissioner McKinley.
Yeah, thank you. And whoa, loud. I also just noticed something else too. I mean, one of the things I'd had a conversation with you about over the years is certainly IBIS on the northern end of my district is their issues, their geography, a little bit more either District 2 or District 1. In exchange, I really wanted to try to keep Wellington intact, and your maps here do that, but unintentionally, your maps trying on number 8 to keep Wellington intact are now taking 1 or 2 small neighborhoods that District 6 currently has in Royal Palm Beach out of District 6. You're creating the same exact scenario again, where you've got 99.9% of Royal Palm Beach in District 6, and you've got a chunk of it cut out. So if you could take a look at that, and then, of course, take a look at that part where you've split Homeland up, that would be great. Thank you.
Hey, Commissioner.
And I have a question. I'm just curious if somebody on the board could answer for me on map 7D, what the thought process is in that a Hispanic could not win that seat, because my children went to high school there. I was in and out of those communities on a regular basis, and their high school was 70% minority, and it was predominantly Hispanic. And so that community has a very strong engaged Hispanic neighborhoods. And can anyone answer for me why they think a Hispanic wouldn't be able to win in that district? I mean, it was brought up here on the record, and I can't ask that any of you in private. But maybe at the next meeting, somebody could answer that. Thank you.
I mean, I think that point has been addressed a couple of times, what our personal perspectives are as to why this district in scenario 8 would perform better for the Hispanic population to choose their preferred candidate. So beyond what's already been put on the record, I don't know if there's much more to be said. All right, so that concludes this agenda item, 5E1. Thank you.
Break before matters by the public?
We still have a couple more items, or do you want to just jump into, you want to take a break and go to matters by the public? What do you guys want to do? We have a couple more regular agenda items.
Can we get them done before?
All right, so we're on 5E2.
That's
Thank
gonna
you.
be, is that gonna take?
5E2 is going to take a while, right? Okay, so we'll take that up after matters by the public.
Yeah.
We're on 5F1, Youth Services.
Saving me
Is
with
that along 1, 2?
We already did
Oh, we already, that was moved. All right, so should we do board appointments? We can't start for 6 minutes anyways, but we can go to the restroom.
Let's use the restroom.
Okay, we're going to be in recess for, until 2 o'clock. Biology wins. For matters by the public, and just a quick announcement about my schedule. I have to attend to the canvassing board for the special election that's occurring today. So unfortunately, I won't be able to participate fully in matters by the public.
So you're going to lunch?
What I had said was that I have matters to attend to at the canvassing board, where I may eat lunch there. But I have read the comment cards, and I am in full support of the Ag Reserve, as you all well know. We appreciate you coming down here today, though.
Okay, with that, we're going to bring the meeting back to order. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 4. We're ready to go. Commissioner Bernard, would you give us our first speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The first person will be Samuel Cintron, followed by Christine Hemphill, followed by Drew Martin.
And of course, we have 2 microphones here, so feel free to get into the on-deck circle, and you'll have 3 minutes. Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Sam Cintron from West Palm Beach. Esteemed Commissioners, I am here to defend the preservation initiatives of the agricultural reserve areas that cover parts of western Boca Raton, Delray Beach, and Boynton Beach. I have been a staunch supporter of preserving our wilderness and addressing the global climate crisis. It poses an existential threat to our way of life as we know it. Recently, the G20 summit in Rome addressed climate change, but had few concrete commitments. Now, global leaders are conducting the 2021 UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, Scotland, to address the climate crisis and attempt to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius, above the pre-industrial levels. The crisis is real. We all need to get involved, think globally, and act locally. This includes this body of county commissioners. Our planet is fragile, as William Shatner of the Star Trek fame recently commented after his return trip from outer space. Nothing else matters if we destroy our planet. We need to vehemently preserve the natural resources and open spaces that we still have, which provides ecological benefits and protects environmentally sensitive areas for future generations. This helps ensure water quality, control floods, and generate carbon sequestration to mitigate against global warming. It also provides much-needed wild habitat to include native and endangered flora and fauna. Less human disruptions is better, which includes less lighting and noises in the areas which affect many wildlife. We observe how the bees, butterflies, and birds are being severely threatened, and which are crucial to sustain our lives. For example, bees pollinate many of our foods but are threatened, and many times beehives have to be rented by farmers to pollinate their crops and sustain our livelihoods. How can we ignore this? Sure, many individuals motivated by greed are short-sighted. Some say, who cares about those problems? I won't be alive by then. Can we really be that short-sighted? What will we have? What will we leave our progeny? When they ask what we did to protect their planet, what will we say? We cannot permit such a myopic view to prevail and become the dystopian trend which will lead us into a global catastrophe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
We have Christine Hemphill, followed by Drew Martin, followed by Linda Smith.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I'm Christine Hemphill, Lake Worth. And I want to talk about the Ag Reserve because we have a good, well-thought-out plan that was really considering everything we need to think about and already had compromise when it was made. So that agricultural land that the country is depending on to be there for us to be a country that can provide our country with its own food. That's not happening in a lot of other places. And you look at California, who 40 and 50 years later from what they did are re-regulating the land they have left as agriculture because they admit they made a mistake there. And when you talk to some of the families that used to own the smaller farms, now we do have giant farms out there, like we have Big Sugar here. That's completely different from the smaller farms that produce the specialty crops. We're first in the nation, this side of Nogales, Arizona, for many winter crops. And it's an important thing to realize what the commissioner said in the workshop. We have special soil in a special area, and another farm somewhere else is not the same. It's not as good. And there's another point with that. If you have a farm here and a farm here, and they're both farms, and you go, well, we won't develop the one over there because we're going to build on the good soil, the good farm soil, but that farm's going to be kept. Well, you have half as much space if they're equal sized or whatever. You still have just lost a farm. And so maybe that's a way to convince yourself not to feel guilty for doing the wrong thing, but the guilt is still there. It's a development in the wrong place. The 60/40 allows for all the development that I could hear on the last discussion that could happen, well-planned in that area, to only be providing for the people who need to be the farm production that this country is going to use. Otherwise, you're going to be looking to other countries to send us food, or things to be going on like right now. We don't produce lemons in the U.S. Mexico does, I think, is what I've heard. But we don't need this to happen to all our fresh market items, including fresh flowers, fresh exotic fruit, or even plants that you're putting in your yard. All of these things need to be here in the U.S. so we can be self-sufficient. So one thing you have to realize is the heirs that talked, that have some land, they already had their first windfall because they're an heir. They inherited sustainable property, and their children could have sustainable property. In California, the people took the money, let them build houses, the money got spent, and those families' children don't have a sustainable land to inherit. And so the long-term 50-year picture, 100-year picture, even 10-year picture is that the Ag Reserve has a good plan and it should be maintained. And we should be looking everywhere else we can, shopping centers, that, like I saw one in Boynton Beach.
I have to cut you off.
Oh,
You've
okay,
got-
it says
yeah.
25.
You're over by 25.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's
Okay.
fine. No, then
Oh,
thank you so
well,
much
I'm
for
not
coming
good
in.
at your class. Sorry about that. So thank you very much. Let's keep our Ag Reserve how we have it.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
Mr. Martin, you are recognized for 3 minutes.
Drew, hold on one second. Let me call the next cards. Drew Martin, followed by Linda Smith, followed by George Soria, Soria.
Mr. Martin?
Yes, Drew Martin. I'm here on behalf of the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club, representing Martin, St. Lucie, and Palm Beach counties. First, I want to thank you for allowing us to do the presentation last week on tree canopy, and I really appreciate the support from the staff, in particular Deb Drum from ERM and her staff, and really they're the experts, and I'm glad to hear that they're going to be getting involved at the beginning of this process. Many of the developers are removing the trees before coming in and asking for permits, or they're doing it right at the beginning, and we're losing a lot of these native trees. So I think it's really important to get them involved from the very beginning in the process. And I also think there needs to be strong penalties for anyone who knows that those trees are to be preserved and deliberately removes them anyway. And I would like to see that stop build may be necessary if too many people begin to do that and don't respect the rules of the county commission. I want to talk about the Ag Reserve briefly, and I will be here tomorrow, but I'm concerned that the commission seems to be in a hurry to rush through this, and I'm particularly concerned, that's the impression I get, and if I'm wrong, I apologize, but I'm really concerned because, staff isn't going to be given a chance if you're going to talk about this tomorrow morning and we're not going to be able to allow to comment, and you're going to make some sort of, overruling direction, and then you have two things coming before you. And you're going to make some overruling direction right before that, and then use that as a reason to approve those developments. I have a real problem with that. I'm really concerned if that happens. I'm also concerned about trying to bring TDRs in from outside the Ag Reserve because, I think this 20-year plan is a good plan, and I see no reason why this plan needs to be changed. Slightly modified, but not really changed. And I'm concerned when a lot of statements were made that, the plan's out of date. It's really not out of date. This was an excellent plan, and you don't want to hire a consultant and take the time to review it thoroughly and just make a lot of quick changes. That really concerns me. And if you can't protect the conservation in the Ag Reserve, I really question whether you'll be able to protect those 5,000 contiguous acres somewhere else. Because, if you set the precedent that every commission who comes in can start all over, then, the county doesn't really have any historic, precedent. It's just everything's up for grabs all the time, depending upon the majority of the commission. It really shouldn't be that way. There should be an established comprehensive plan based on the bond amendment. I wish I had more time, but thank you for listening to me. Appreciate
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
We have Linda Smith, followed by George Soria, followed by Sheila Calderon.
Ms. Smith?
Hello, my name's Linda Smith, Jupiter, Florida. I'm asking to preserve the Ag Reserve. Wow, I know I'm exhausted. I'm sure you are too. It's been quite a week. So many 3-minute speeches, and it's so hard for me to gather all my thoughts into a clear 3-minute speech, obviously. I refer you to the letter submitted this afternoon by Robert Hartzell referencing tomorrow's meeting. There's a lot of good points in there. I know you've heard from lots of landowners, developers, residents, consultants, staff, and me. I understand you may be making a decision tomorrow. To be honest, I thought the decision was going to be made last week, and I know some of you thought so too. I know the history, the importance of the soil, and the economic value and the emotional value is all been presented. I'm not sure what else I can add. Maybe it is time to make a decision. I don't know. I can tell you that I made a decision this morning to drive from a visit with my sister from Pennsylvania and my 98-year-old Alzheimer's mother who's in a Fort Myers nursing home. And my sister is now taking a taxi to the airport tomorrow. I was supposed to spend another day. This was my decision. I hope that it tells you how important this issue is for me. I do believe it's important to you, and I hope you will make the decision with all the facts and the emotions. I've been coming to matters of the public for a few years now. I feel like I have been a little 3-minute environmental conscience maybe in the back of your mind. I'm sad I'll miss the opportunity in December because I don't believe there's matters by the public in December scheduled. I hope you will hear my environmental message in your subconscious, and maybe I'll show up for a few other meetings just to get another 3 minutes of environmental time. And that's why I'm not using a Palm Beach County Commissioner's mask, because the nursing home requires N95s. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, and rest assured we do hear what you're saying. Thank you.
We have George Soria, followed by Sheila Calderon, followed by Arlene Berry.
You are recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can I remove the mask? Is it okay? Okay, thank you. Okay. My name is George Soria, and I'm the founder of South Florida Permaculture Resource Center here in West Palm Beach. I'm here today to highlight the reasons for the importance of conserving and preserving the Agricultural Reserve Master Plan that was ratified and placed in action back in 1999. It is clear 20 years ago that the land and the wildlife was in jeopardy, and the call to action was necessary to save the agri-land and wildlife. In the last 20 years, we in Florida have destroyed 10 times more land than what we today are fighting to protect. How long are we going to continue our destructive behavior and disregard nature? We have destroyed the cypress forest, which at one time extended from South Florida to Georgia. We have lost 50% of our wildlife. It is important to understand without forests, we cannot survive. We breathe oxygen, of which forest provides us. No forest or plants, no oxygen. If no bees or butterflies exist, there's no pollinators, no flowers, no food. Wildlife provides the fertilization that keeps the soil rich, which the leaves that fall from the trees. No wildlife or trees, no fertile ground. Land will be barren, no soil, only sand. Eliminate all this and you eliminate the living ecosystem. Planting trees, or no planting of trees, does very little to replace a living ecosystem. So to continue to disrespect God's giving nature for the development of housing, housing is what should be extinct from this master plan. The wisdom of creating this agro-reserve plan 20 years ago should be our #1 priority today. The existence of our children's children is what this agro-reserves assure them a future that will last forever. We have the moral and social responsibility to protect our nature, which protects us by giving us food, shelter, and protection from natural disasters. It was once said, what belongs to Caesar, give to Caesar. Well, what we set aside in 1999 for nature belongs to nature. We should not take it back. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
We have Sheila Calderon, followed by Arlene Berry, followed by Kay Gates.
Good afternoon. Sheila Calderon. I live in Green Acres, Florida is the place I live. Anyhow, first I want to say I support all of my compadres on the preservation of the Ag Reserve. I have sent in statements to you. I wasn't able to be here for the workshop last week, but I just want to be on record definitely as everything that they have said is #1 on my thoughts. However, I'm here to speak about the sugar industry, okay? There have been so many articles that have been published in Palm Beach Post. The last one was by ProPublica, might not have been the last one, but the ProPublica reporting network in partnership with Palm Beach Post. They did all kinds of research, all right? And they found that the Glades communities have been suffering from pre-harvest sugar burning far too long, okay? I know I've been speaking about it, and I went through my notes today, and I've had letters to the editor going back to 2018 at least, and maybe before that. I'm very much concerned. I know that you cannot actively change it. I know you can't stop the burn. However, you are our commissioners, and the people that are hurting are your constituents, all right? And they need your support. And therefore, that's why I'm here, okay? The politicians have been calling for fixing or monitoring equipment and studies of the problem. Unfortunately, it's a tragic response. Most monitoring and research only delays real action. Okay, we don't want to study the harm anymore. We want to stop it. It's been studied enough. We don't need the more studies that smoke and ash are dangerous to public health. We don't need more monitoring to know that smoke and ash blanket the glades 6 to 8 months a year. 30 years ago, the communities of Eastern Palm Beach got protection from sugar field burning without having to wait for studies and monitoring. Shame on anyone who thinks the people of the Glades should have to wait even one more day. And unfortunately, we've already started another season of sugar burning. What we really need and deserve is the action to stop the harm before another season, okay? As I said, we're not going to be able to stop it anymore this season. But I am asking the commissioners to use whatever clout, whatever you have to appeal to the legislators that can change this, that can put a stop to this. I know I have to say Secretary of Agriculture Nikki Fried is one that could do it. And she's running for governor now. She should be able to do something now. She doesn't have to wait until she's out of the position.
Thank you very much for your comments.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
We have Arlene Berry, followed by Kay Gates, followed by Sherry Kessel.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
My name is Arlene
Can you get a
Gary.
little closer to the microphone?
Okay. I live in the Equestrian Preserve in Wellington on Draft Horse Lane. My parents have lived there for 30 years. I visited, and now I'm here myself living the last 10 years. I wanted to say that climate change is happening now. If we read the news, we all read the news, every day we see floods, fire, outrageously high temperatures in places like British Columbia going up to 110 degrees. So the climatologists tell us that we're right on schedule with their warnings, things they have said 20 to 30 years ago. So moving forward, we're very susceptible. I mean, we've been very lucky, I would think, in being hurricane prone in the last years, but we can say that we're going to be subject to severe floods and severe drought. That's what the climatologists are saying. So I wanted to particularly point out what happened in Germany, in northeastern Europe, Netherlands, Holland. They had a intense violent flood which killed 220 people, millions of damage, if not billion. I mean, there's a tremendously old church in cathedral in Bruges was damaged. So why don't we hear about the Netherlands? The Netherlands escaped disaster because they had strategic planning using their open fields and restoring habitat, creating a floodplain. It was a new plan. So let's not talk about old, let's talk about new thinking, new solutions. Van der Broek, this is a report in the New York Times, September 7th, if you want to check the article out this year. So we need new planning. We need a ecological, environmental, or hydrologist as a consultant to do a full review of this area in addition to Palm Beach County so we can avoid disaster. Holland, Netherlands had a disaster, so they took measures. So they're using one of these Dutch hydrologists in New York City because New York City suffered some terrible disasters, Hurricane Ida, Hurricane Sandy. It was terrible. There was no warning. People were stuck on the Van Broek Expressway. So I'm urging you to look at these options. Pause for a moment. Have a review. Get a national or international consultant who has environmental background, who's qualified. And we can take measures now. We can be proactive, and we can prepare. The preserve area protects us against severe drought and extreme floods. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
We have Kay Gates, followed by Sherry Kessel, followed by Christine Scott.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to be here and for your time and attention. I also wish to talk to you today about climate change with our President, Biden, and the United States at the Climate Summit. I'd like to prompt you maybe to think about the decisions that you, as our county commissioners, are making that will either help or hinder the climate crisis that we're facing. You do have power in your hands. The county commission does have a lot of prestige, and the decisions you make are extremely important. Some of the plus decisions that this county commission has made in the past are our Palm Beach County natural areas. They were predicated on saving environmentally sensitive lands. It's costly to take degraded areas and bring them back to pristine natural areas. Our ag reserve is already a natural area ideal for farming soil and climate. Another positive thing that the county commission did, not you in particular, because you weren't here in 1999, as I was, they decided to do the ag reserve plan. It was a well thought out plan. It made good provisions. I'd like you to concentrate more, as I mentioned before, on increasing farming. What can you do to increasing farming in the ag reserve, particularly since there's Florida Forever money, and I mentioned that to you last week. What can you do to increase solar, electric charging stations in the Ag Reserve? What can you do, if you do decide to increase density, which I think is a mistake, make it dependent on such things as getting a solar community, an agri-hood in the Ag Reserve. Where are the charging stations for the electric cars that are coming? These are the kinds of things and kinds of decisions that our county commissioners can make to improve our climate and not just relate on the federal government to make decisions or plans. One other thing that I wanted to mention to you is the Lake Lucerne Golf Course issue. And I saw that idea about a fence to separate the older communities from the new communities. A fence? How about a greenway? Just a narrow strip of land that has trees and shrubs, which will create a greenway, would be a step forward.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor, we have one person.
Yes, Commissioner Weiss?
Ms. Yates, just wanted to let you know that although I didn't support the conversion of the golf course at Lakes of Lucerne, I will let you know that they are putting in buffers, vegetative landscape buffers between the communities.
Thank you.
The final two cards will be Sherry Kessel, followed by Christine Scott.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sherry Kessel, and I'm supposed to give my address. I'm in Boynton Beach, and I want to thank each and every one of the commissioners here. Really, thank you from the bottom of my heart for the work you do on behalf of the rest of us out here. This is my first time to the commission, and I feel welcome, and I want to say thank you. I think my mom and dad used to say to me, if it isn't broken, don't fix it. And I really think that they were right with regard to the Ag Reserve. I think we should leave it. We've had it planned out, and let's just follow the plans we have. I think some of the developers get greedy. Let them go find somewhere else to build. Do they have to build in an Ag Reserve? There's got to be somewhere else they can put their housing developments. There has to be. I just want you to think really long and hard when you make this decision. It's not an easy decision for all of you. It's difficult. But when you do, use your heart and make your decision in good conscience, whatever you choose. So when you pass the mirror, when you're walking by, you can look at yourself and smile and know that you have done the best you can. And I want to thank all of you for being here, and please save our Ag Reserve. Let them build somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments.
Hi, my name is Christine Scott, and mask mandates are unconstitutional. The closure of government buildings and limiting access by illegally enforcing mask mandates without authority and in violation of the Nuremberg Code, which is a higher legal authority than the local chief judge or a board of commissioners, is advocating to overthrow local Palm Beach County government by force. These are criminal acts of anarchy and fascism. Your assembly is unlawful. The authorities have a duty to arrest you. You took an oath to uphold the U.S. and the Florida constitutions. Since you are elected officials, the governor or the state legislature must investigate and impeach or be tried for aiding in the corruption. This applies to all employees, elected officials, the governor, and constitutional officers. Your refusal to abide by the U.S. and Florida constitutions proves you took your oath as a false oath. Wearing a mask in a government building, as you are attempting to require, is actually illegal. You are wearing masks in an attempt to threaten, force, injure, abuse, and harass your constituents in violation of Florida Statute 876.1551. Your activities are subversive, which is a second-degree felony against each constituent. Once you have been convicted of this crime, you will no longer be able to vote or hold office. All Department of Legal Affairs, all state attorneys, and all law enforcement have a duty to address this matter or be tried for aiding. Any judge can convene a grand jury. You have used your positions to levy war against the people of Palm Beach County, which is treason, 876.32. These are RICO crimes. You are using the Palm Beach County Commission as an enterprise for criminal activities. It's a conspiracy. You are principals in the first degree. We can literally exile you from the state of Florida. We can sue you in your individual capacity. Every citizen has a duty to know the law. My name is Christine Scott. I'm running for U.S. Congress. I'm serious about this, and we're going to address it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. We appreciate your comments.
I do have statutes on each thing that I addressed here, so if you would like it, I
Can you
can
give them to the
give
clerk, and we'll certainly take them?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I believe that ends our request for this body's attention, and so we're going to move back on to our agenda. We're going to go to item 5E2, which is going to be a proposed 2022 state legislative agenda. Mr. Von Laren, I will let you take over.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Weinroth, Commissioners, Administrator Baker, Attorney Kaufman, and Clerk Abruzzo. Great to have you with us today. So before you is the county's proposed 2022 state legislative agenda. I just wanted to introduce Ed Chase, our Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, who's with us. Annie Helfant is with us today. I think Vicki Nolan is out with us as well from the legislative delegation. We have a very brief PowerPoint that you have in front of you and also on the screen. In an effort to save a little bit of time today, we didn't want to go over the entire agenda that we have. Many of you are very familiar with it, and we briefed you individually. So we just want to go over some of the newer items and also some of the overriding themes and higher priorities of the Board of County Commissioners that we've been looking to address. So I'll turn it over to Ed, to Mr. Chase, to start us out.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Ms. Baker. We'll start with economic development in the Glades region. That continues to be a priority on our legislative agenda. We focus on Glades regional initiatives, which are improvements to existing affordable housing units, as well as the development of new affordable housing units, stormwater improvements, mitigation of muck soils that result in construction cost premiums for buildings, infrastructures, and roads. We'll work towards the continuation and enhancement of the SCOP funding, the Small County Outreach Funding Program for road reconstruction and repaving. And we'll work for continuation of funding for the Everglades Restoration Agricultural Community Employment Training Program, which we were able to receive a $750,000 appropriation for last year. We will also work at the request of the Department of Housing and Economic Development, a FACT priority, which is revising the Rural Jobs Tax Credit. The existing tax credit is provided to new or expanding employers in rural area of opportunity counties, and that includes our areas of Belle Glade, Pahokee, and South Bay. So we will look to revise that tax credit by not requiring a minimum number of jobs be created at a new business and up the credit for new eligible business to up to a $2,500 tax credit. We'll also support another housing and economic development priority, which is also a FACT priority, which is the full funding of the Rural Infrastructure Fund. And that Rural Infrastructure Fund grant is to facilitate the planning, preparing, and financing of infrastructure projects in rural communities, and we will work to bring that back up to its former level of $3.6 million. We will also work to get an appropriation for Peanut Island done in an effort to create some historical and economic tourism capabilities there. We will work on statewide economic programs such as the full funding of the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund, funding for Enterprise Florida, full funding and the extension of Visit Florida, and a new item, equestrian tourism. So as you know, in Palm Beach County and throughout the state, the Florida horse industry generates nearly $6.8 billion in economic impact a year, employing more than 244,000 people. So we will work to promote our equestrian industries as well as encourage the state investment of tourism dollars for the promotion of equine tourism throughout the state.
An issue that's been a top priority of the Board of County Commissioners is that of substance use and mental health funding. Last year, we worked to secure close to $1 billion in funding from the legislature through a variety of different sources in this particular area. And we recognize, one, the opioid crisis that we have, but also other types of substance abuse that we have throughout our entire community. We still battle with substance abuse of crack cocaine and other types of substances, and we're going to continue to work to do what we can to make sure that we deal with all of those particular issues, specifically in looking at treatment of some of our youth and some of our expectant mothers. Also some of the awareness of youth suicide that we're seeing because of some of these hard-hit areas, and doing that through the use of some of the therapeutic recreation programs that exist out there today. Palm Beach County's probably had one of the most successful programs in combating sober homes, working with our state attorney's office. We've been successful 3 times with major legislation in 2017, 19, and 2020 on passing landmark legislation. We are looking again to support the recommendations of the Sober Home Task Force, specifically dealing with the housing side of sober homes. One, in terms of some of the record keeping for the referrals that come from substance providers, as well as the homes that they go to. And then also on the limitations of numbers of folks that are supervised in these facilities to make sure that they're a manageable number in some of those larger facilities. We move on to affordable housing and homelessness, 2 items that have been top priorities of the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners as well as our administrator. This past year, we were successful in working with the legislature and our colleagues so that Palm Beach County got about 50% of what we thought would be the full funding in the area of affordable housing. We saw $7.3 million flow down to us. The ultimate dollar figure that we'd like to get to is $15.5 million. That's about what full funding of Sadowski would bring to the county. And so we're going to work again with our partners to fully fund that area, as well as in the area of homelessness to continue to identify some of the sale funding that we've had on the rental side of programs, and then also on some of the homeless challenge grants that we've worked on in addition to working on youth homelessness prevention.
In some of our budget, taxation, and policy issues, we continue to play full court defense on unfunded mandates coming from Tallahassee, as well as opposition to preemption legislation. We expect a full number of pages on that. It's already been loading up our lobby tools page, as you can see. That will include vacation rentals. There are already 2 bills out there on that issue. We will work to further the State Road 715 name designation. So out in Pahokee, we will work to name a section of Pahokee after the names of 2 Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office who were killed in the line of duty, Deputies Dante Manuel and Jonathan Wallace. That bill, again, is being sponsored by Representative Kelly Skidmore in the House and Senator Gail Harrell in the Senate. At the request of our engineering department, we are also adding another fact priority, that is indexing the local option fuel taxes. So that would align the state and counties with the same indexing system. Currently, the local gas tax is not indexed, and it's lost a lot of its purchasing power due to inflation and the increasing costs of construction. This legislation would tie the annual adjustments to the consumer price index. On some criminal justice and public safety issues, we will continue as a priority to support reentry for non-violent offenders, helping them get reentry into their workforce. Our Restore Reentry appropriation, which was successful last year for $500,000, is being sponsored again by Senator Lori Berman and Representative Matt Wilhite. A new item on this issue is a COCPN preemption piece. This is to make sure that Palm Beach County retains the ability to grant COPCNs to emergency medical service providers within the county, both in the county and in the unincorporated areas. There's already a bill to specifically take that capability away from Palm Beach County as well as Broward County and Orange County. 2 youth juvenile justice issues. One is the Juvenile Diversion Program expunction. So this would allow or require the Department of Law Enforcement to expunge the non-judicial arrest record of certain minors who successfully complete a diversion program for either a felony or non-felony or misdemeanor offense. In the House, that is being sponsored by Representative Mike Caruso, and we appreciate his support on that. Another issue that has arisen that was brought to us by Judge Kathleen Kroll is the issue of dependency children aging out of foster care. This is an issue where kids who are nearing the age of 18 who are currently under Department of Juvenile Justice commitment when they turn 18, the Department of Children and Families does not see them as aging out and therefore does not qualify them for extended foster care benefits such as housing assistance upon their release from the DJJ program. So this legislation is intended to provide that a youth's commitment in a DJJ program on their 18th birthday would satisfy the requirements of DCF to determine their eligibility for extended foster care. And finally, driving under the influence impairing substance. In the past, we've had some language on THC as an impairing substance with regard to driving while impaired. This language, which was brought forth by the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and supported by the Criminal Justice Commission, would add and define the term impairing substance. So that the section where that is included would define alcoholic beverages, any chemical substance, and now the phrase any other impairing substance or any combination thereof as a description for someone driving under the influence. And that bill is being sponsored locally by Senator Lori Berman and Representative Joe Casello.
During a recent discussion of the Board of County Commissioners on building codes and looking at potentially more stringent safety requirements, the board directed staff to monitor legislation at the state level and looking to the state to develop some of those more stringent inspection requirements for different multifamily condominium. In addition, we'll plan to monitor legislation that might look at some of the financial responsibilities of some of those condominium and associations. In the area of property assessed clean energy, again, from a recent discussion of the Board of County Commissioners, we're going to work with the industry to support some further clarifying terms and conditions of PACE agreements to make sure that individuals participating in any of those programs are fully informed of some of those financial responsibilities that they're about to enter into. And then in partnering with our League of Cities, an issue that's been very important to them has been that of public records request abuse and making sure that the types of records that are being requested and that we cut down and reduce any of the potential misuse or mischief that was involved in some of the areas of public records requests. We've also worked with our partners at the Palm Beach County School Board, Palm Beach State College, and FAU in updating our partnership with them to support some of their education initiatives. The school districts legislative agenda deals with a number of behavioral and mental health related issues, funding of voluntary pre-K. Palm Beach State College includes the $25 million for their dental building at the top of their agenda, and then Florida Atlantic University continuing to pursue their goal of being a top 100 public research institute in addition to funding for PICO of some of their health sciences buildings.
We'll move to our environment and natural resource agenda. Special thanks to Deb Drum and Jeremy McBrien for their help in formulating these policies. Number one is our beach and inlet management projects. We will support legislative funding for the inclusion of all 11 Palm Beach County projects that total $4.7 million. The Loxahatchee River Preservation Initiative has considered and ranked their projects this year, so they have 9 projects totaling $2.26 million. Senator Gail Harrell is sponsoring that initiative in the Senate, and those individual projects in the House are being sponsored by Representative John Snyder and again by Representative Rick Roth. The Lake Worth Lagoon Initiative has ranked 6 projects totaling $3.6 million. We want to thank Senator Lori Berman for sponsoring the initiative in the Senate, as well as Representative Mike Caruso and Representative David Silvers, who will be sponsoring Lagoon Initiative items in the House. A new item this year is some language supporting SERP projects in Palm Beach County. It's been more than 20 years after congressional authorization of SERP. No projects have been completed in Palm Beach County. We wanted to include language in the agenda that would encourage the state of Florida, the Water Management District, the Corps, and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection to advance all of our long-term and interim projects planned for Palm Beach County that were initially approved by Congress in 2000. We are also, under the Department of Environmental Protection's land management section, we are monitoring the status of the purchase of Palmar lands in northern Palm Beach County and southern Martin County under the Florida Forever program, and we will seek opportunities to move those projects higher on the program's partnerships and regional incentives priority list. Finally, the Corbett Levee, the phase 2 of the Corbett Levee, as spoken about earlier, we support the South Florida Water Management District's request for $9.3 million in funding to finish phase 2 of that project. We also have received a letter of support from the Palm Beach County Legislative Delegation at their meeting on Thursday, encouraging county support of that appropriation, and we will do so.
We're highlighting just a few of the appropriation requests that we're looking to obtain during the 2022 legislative session. And just to share a few with you, some that we've worked on in the past, such as Everglades Workforce Training, Central Palm Beach County Infrastructure, and Transportation Disadvantaged bus passes remain in there. Some new ones that we've included, Bryony Breeze's Pocket Drainage Study that we're going to be working with Representative Caruso on, the Green Cay Phase 2 at $3 million. The C-51 boat lift that we've been working with Mayor Kerner on, in addition to about 4 Palm Beach County fire rescue proposals related to both capital construction as well as for equipment and gear. And then finally, supporting the South Florida Fairgrounds for their agriplex and shelter request of $1 million.
Finally, there are 4 Palm Beach County local bills that the legislative delegation is considering. They have passed 3 at their meeting on Thursday. 1 was postponed until their meeting on December the 8th. The town of Lake Clark Shores has followed a local bill asking the legislature to declare an enclave that is of unincorporated area near the city to be technically addressed as an enclave, and that would give the town a pathway to potential annexation. The village of Loxahatchee is the potential culmination of the Indian Trail Improvements District's efforts to incorporate. As you know, last year they passed a local bill allowing them to spend money on investigating that possibility. So the district has turned that project over to a group of local residents who have proposed the Village of Loxahatchee Charter. Again, that local bill was to be heard last Thursday at the delegation meeting. It was postponed until December the 8th. The town of Loxahatchee Groves is doing what the village of Wellington did successfully last year. They are trying to get a limited preemption, giving them the ability to regulate fireworks in their equestrian areas. So they currently do not have the ability to regulate fireworks on July 4th, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, and this would give them the opportunity to regulate fireworks in the town. And finally, the West Palm Beach Police Pension, the police union and the city of West Palm Beach have a negotiated agreement to change items in their pension. To change items in their pension, they must go through a local bill process. So 2 items, it will change the union name to the Fraternal Order of Police, and also would change the multiplier update for their union members. And again, that is a negotiated agreement between the city of West Palm Beach and the police union.
Vice Mayor, Commissioners, those are the highlights of our proposed 2022 state legislative agenda for consideration, and welcome any of your questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, anybody have comments? Commissioner McKinley, you're first up.
How'd you know? Hadn't even pushed my button all the way yet. Couple of questions and comments. The Village of Waxahachie local bill, that was actually delayed at the local bill hearing.
It was.
Okay, so I'm hesitant to print that in our final version of the agenda until it's gotten the blessing of the delegation, which I think isn't until December.
December 8th, correct.
And Commissioner, we typically don't print those local bills in our final agendas that we have. That slide is really more just continued informational for the board so that you're aware of some of those pending local bills.
Okay, I should have known that. I wrote a few of these. Let me go back real quick. Well, I'll start backwards. On the appropriation requests, I had mentioned at our meeting last week that I would like to support the City of Belgrade's request. I believe they have approximately a $1 million appropriation request to redo their municipal pool. I'd like to see that included. And then I am one of the biggest supporters of Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. Always have been, always will be. But 1, 2, 3, 4 different appropriation requests in a competitive environment. Is there a way to tailor that down? Ms. Baker, why, when we have a $600+ million MSTU funded fire rescue budget, are we seeking funds in our county to construct? We're seeking $4.2 million to construct fire stations. When we have a well-funded MSTU, we have a fire rescue impact fee. Just wondering why we're including these in this agenda.
So, Commissioner, we have historically put in several requests for fire rescue over the last few years. We've had an opportunity to fund on at least one occasion multiple items in the final budget of the legislature. Those were not successful, and they were vetoed by the governor. One of the things that we looked at this year when we're looking at, where some of the legislature's priorities are going to be, how, the legislature might look at funding certain items and trying to strategically put some things in our program so that we might be in play for some of those broader and larger areas. For example, we talked about building codes. I'm not so certain the legislature might deal with building codes, but I do think that they might support efforts by local governments to do certain things to help assist us in partnership to beef up our response to issues that we might have with facilities and those kinds of things and public safety. So, for example, a bunker gear contamination might be something that falls within that category, and I know that our CFO, Jimmy Petronas, has even made a request of $10 million to fund an area like this for local consideration. So I think just when we try to look strategically at what may or may not be funded, that's one way we do it. The legislature also held a considerable amount of money back this past year to the tune of about $4 billion in some of the ARP funding, as well as some other dollars that they stockpiled in their rainy day fund that I believe this year that, the legislature is going to look to, fund some things around the state. So just in those areas, and I understand your point completely and know exactly where you're coming from, but sometimes, just trying strategically to be in play on some issues, even though maybe the optics, might not appear as the greatest, at least gives us an opportunity, if one warrants, to be able to submit those requests and support something like that.
All right, T-Boom, you and Ed are two of the best in the business, so I'll trust you on that one. On the Rural Infrastructure Fund, $3.6 million, 87% of Florida is rural. Is there a chance of beefing up that appropriation, Ed?
Is there a chance of?
Make it
Increasing
3.6
it?
million across the state of Florida when it's 87% of the geography of Florida is a little on the low side.
It wasn't. They dropped it to 1.6 million last year, so we're fighting a downhill battle at this point. So we'd like to get it back up to its current level of 3.6. If we have the opportunity, we will.
Okay. And then my last question just is related to affordable housing. And I've had a lot of conversation with our rural housing developers too, and would love to see language in our affordable housing specific to supporting rural housing and farm worker housing as well. Big issue. But I'm also wondering, last year the governor vetoed $225 million to the appropriations and replaced that with Federal CARES Act funding. So are we at a starting point of what was appropriated last year, or are we at a starting point of what that number should be had he not vetoed it and replaced it with temporary federal dollars?
I'll start, and Todd can unconfirm. Yeah, it appears that we are starting where we left off last year, at that funding amount. The House, when the legislature changed those rules, that was a certain amount of money that was given to us, that should be given to us. And we were told specifically that we are doing this almost as a favor to you, but this money will not be swept. So I would expect at least that amount to be fairly redistributed back to Palm Beach County and other counties.
Okay, but the question was, though, $255 million was appropriated, $225 was vetoed, so technically $30 million was appropriated and the rest was replaced with federal funding. Are we starting at the 255 or are we starting at the 30?
Well, one thing we haven't seen yet is we've not seen the governor's proposed budget. Usually that's what kind of starts off when the legislature looks to craft their budget, is where, the governor is at least recommended there. So we're eagerly, waiting to see that document. I think that, the governor's, made some commitments to, funding the Sadowski Trust Fund. I know that 2 years ago, the governor vetoed the entire allocation completely that the legislature put in there and replaced it with other funds as well. It would be my hope, and working with the Sadowski Coalition, that we would advocate for full funding of Sadowski under the state rules. When you start adding some of the federal dollars that are in there, it creates some additional strings. It makes some of those dollars a little bit more difficult to spend on the wide variety that our team locally is able to use some of the Sadowski funds for. So it's our team's perspective that we're going to go for full funding of Sadowski. And we'll see where the governor lands first, and then we'll be advocating off from that, with our legislature as they craft that budget.
Okay.
So I'm not assuming that they're anywhere in terms of a starting point. My assumption is that we'll look to the governor, but our goal is to get full funding of Sadowski funds this year. And there's a lot of money that, like I said, was held back. I would think that some of those larger pots, we've had a stellar real estate market in the state of Florida, so that pot continues to grow. So there should be resources there to do it, and I would challenge the legislature to do that.
Thank you. That stellar real estate market is going to make a lot of people homeless in the same breath. So thank you for including the Glades initiatives this year. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize one of the best advocates we ever had for the Glades, and Senator Joe Abruzzo sitting up here. Certainly miss his advocacy in the legislature. And thank you for including the equestrian stuff. He did one or two things on that issue as well.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. Commissioner Sacks.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Thank you, fellas and ladies, for doing such good work up there. It's not going to be easy this session. I want to thank you specifically for funding for the Green K Phase 2. I know that has two objectives. One is water filtration, which is always important, and the other is it's a beautiful park. And I appreciate the redirection of that of the money for that. And also, thank you so much for the Ag Reserve Fire Station, because as we know, as more and more people move into certain areas, we're going to need more and more infrastructure. And one last question, and instead of, as we all know, the Sadowski Fund is always swept. Is there a way that we can request money for affordable housing with, including the Sadowski Fund, as well as for a separate request for expenditure?
So, Commissioner Sacks, In terms of, going outside of the Sadowski to look for affordable funds, we've not done that. We've done that in some other areas where larger pots are allocated. Transportation disadvantage, for example, on this agenda is one such example of how we've tried to do that. But mostly we've tried to do that because we've overmatched it in ways that no other county in the state of Florida has. So we've put up that additional match to try to get even more than what the state has allocated in some of those pots of funding. We don't have anything in here specific to how we might go about asking for additional outside of that, but we're certainly open to those options and can explore some ways to see if there are other opportunities for us to get dollars for that.
If I may, Vice Mayor, maybe possibly we could do some type of incentives for builders to set aside so many units for affordable or workforce housing. Just sort of a thought as you go forward. I know it's never easy to get money from the Sadowski Fund, but there could be another, like we used to do at the brownfields up there. So, God, good luck with that. I know you get creative.
We could look at some policy opportunities that might come up in legislation to suggest some amendments to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacks. Commissioner Marino?
Thank you all. Thank you for including Palomar. For the folks here, a lot of people don't know where Palomar is. So if you go to if you take Indiantown Road all the way to Beeline Highway, you are now at Palomar. And it's called Palomar because a portion of it is in Palm Beach County and a portion of it is in Martin County. And I'm sure that if we team up with Martin County on this, it gives us a better presence. And I know that Palomar was something 20 years ago that was very important to the state and has fallen down on the list. So I'm happy to see that it's a priority for us. When we talk about water and conservation and preservation, Palomar is really important to our district. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate the Loxahatchee River Preservation Initiative. I realize that's not new, that's ongoing. Hopefully we can get some there. And Peanut Island Restoration. Whether it's in my district or in Mac's district. I was reading some paperwork about this, and several years ago it was only $2.5 million to restore. Now it's $6 million to restore. So anything that we can get to help that process would be fabulous. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Marino. I see no further lights on, so I think we're all set.
Thank you. If we could have a motion for approval of the both general government and the environmental legislative
I'll make
agenda.
that motion.
Receive and file? Okay, Commissioner Marino.
Our motion to approve.
And the
please.
second by Commissioner McKinley. All in favor, all opposed, show that 6-0, with the mayor being absent. Thank you. Okay, time for board appointments. Let's go down the dais. Commissioner Sacks, any board appointments? Hit your microphone.
Commissioner, just 1 second.
Got to keep you awake down there.
We're pretty awake down here. Okay, pretty awake. Not at this time, sir.
None at this time. Commissioner Weiss?
None, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Bernard?
None, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Marino?
Not at this time, thank you.
Commissioner McKinley? Clerk Bruzzo, I see you're trying to sneak off. Do you have any comments for us before you wander away? Very good. I appreciate that. All right, we're going to move on to staff comments, administrative comments. County Administrator.
Just our board directives and saving time, I'd like to ask the board to receive and file the report.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bernard to receive and file, a second by Commissioner McKinley. All in favor, all opposed, 6-0. Anything else?
Yes, one last bit of good news for the day.
We'll take it.
Our Palm Beach County Water Utilities Department is honored to be the first water utility in North America to be certified for its continued commitment to managing public assets in accordance with the highest industry standards. This will also help our AAA bond rating as well, help support it.
Always good news to hear. Thank you.
And so just want to say we're one of only 7 organizations in North America to be awarded this certification. It's a big deal. And I want to thank our staff over at WUD. It's teamwork, and it goes from the top to the bottom, from the bottom back up to the top. And they all work as a team, and under Ali Biot's leadership, we have been very successful in moving forward. So I want to congratulate them.
Thank you. County Attorney Kaufman, any words for us?
Thank you very much for a great first meeting, and I really appreciate this opportunity. I'm honored to serve on this board, and you all just let me know what you need, and as I get my feet wet and start to get the lay of the land, I'll be meeting with you and talking about your priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, and we love having you up here. Okay, time for commissioner comments, and we'll go from right to left this time. Commissioner McKinley.
Couple of them. Let's see, the first one is to request an off-site proclamation declaring November 17th through the 24th, 2021 as Farm City Week in Palm Beach County.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner McKinley, second by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor, all opposed. It's 6-0.
Thank you very much. I'll actually be presenting that at the Western County Farm Bureau dinner next Tuesday, if you all want to join us. We'll be at Rick Roth's Packing House. The second item, I sent a memo out late yesterday regarding adding some additional language to our fair housing ordinance. This is copycatting what has been done down in Miami-Dade County, and that would add the language, let me read this. The language that was added in Miami's ordinance regarding unlawful housing practices would add a section in ours prohibiting discrimination based on actual or perceived status as a victim of domestic violence, dating violence, or stalking. So it would just add it in the same category as we've got age, sex, gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and the other categories that we have. And I know that my staff did reach out to our EEO director. They did speak to Pam. Her comments were, since domestic violence victims tend to be women, they've been protected under basis of gender. That's not good enough for me. I want this language specifically in our ordinance. I'd like to give staff direction to bring this back to us for consideration.
Without objection? Okay, very good.
And that is all I have to say today. I'm hungry.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. Commissioner Marino, you're up.
Why, thank you. I would like to request 2 off-site certificates of congratulation. One would be to Barbara Nicholas to honor her gubernatorial induction into the Florida Women's Hall of Fame, and the other would be for Beverly White Yeager to honor her gubernatorial induction into the Florida Women's Hall of Fame. This is actually a very prestigious award. There were only 3 women this year that were inducted, so we have 2 of them right here in Palm Beach County, so I would like to do a certificate of congratulations to them.
Absolutely, and your motion's been seconded by Commissioner McKinley. All in favor, all opposed, 6-0 again.
And that's it.
Very good. Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I didn't have any proclamations for myself, but now I have a bunch. So, first of all, for District 3, for the mayor, I'd like to request an off-site proclamation declaring November 13th, 2021 as Charlotte Hans Foundation Day in Palm Beach County.
Second.
Okay, the motion is made by Commissioner Bernard, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor, all opposed, 6-0.
On behalf of District 4, that's for the Vice Mayor, I'd like to request an off-site proclamation declaring December 2021 as Impaired Driving Awareness Month in Palm Beach County. Request for an off-site proclamation declaring November 2021 as Palm Beach County Disability Employment Awareness Month, and to request an off-site proclamation requesting Boca Raton PAL's 30th anniversary.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bernard, second by Commissioner Weiss. I thank you. All in favor, all opposed, 6-0.
And lastly, today's a special election for the District 20. So if you're a resident and you're watching and you live in Belglade, Pahokee, South Bay, Loxahatchee Groves, the Acreage, parts of River Palm Beach, parts of West Palm Beach, Haverhill, Lake Park, Rivera Beach, Mangonia Park, Glen Ridge, Cloud Lake. The mayor is right now, I guess he's in, what is it called? He's part of the canvassing board, so he's getting ready to do his work and eat while we're not eating. But so far, 13% of the people in Palm Beach County have voted, which is very, very low. And the election day, as of 3 p.m. today, only 2,685 voters have voted so far. So this is going to be a close election, and this is going to decide who's going to represent for Congressman District 20, Congress District 20. So we urge the voters to please go out and vote. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Weiss, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to request an off-site proclamation declaring November 13th through 21st, 2021 as National Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week in Palm Beach County.
I see a motion by Commissioner Weiss, second by Commissioner Marino. All in favor, all opposed? Okay, let's move on.
And I'd like to, there's two things I'd like to comment on. One is, a few weeks ago, one of my constituents reached out to me regarding a homeless veteran with his dog living in a storage unit. And I reached out to our folks over in Community Services. They sent out the HOT team to meet with this gentleman. They were able to get him situated in housing and additional services. I received via Community Services, he had sent a note back just with his appreciation to Palm Beach County, and so I wanted to share that all with you. And they were able to get him housed with his dog, so much appreciated with that. The second thing I'd like to share with you all is we've talked a lot about it, but water really is a big deal here in Palm Beach County, and I think a lot of other places in the country. And over the last couple of years, you know, we've all been dealing with water management, water quality, and water supply issues. And looking forward, I'm convinced that sea level rise and global warming are going to continue to exacerbate our water issues. And for the record, and you all are aware, I represent this board on the Water Resources Task Force, and I serve as a chair on the Lake Worth Lagoon Initiative Steering Committee. And I just want to give you a brief update on some of the things that have been happening. Much of the comments I hear are based on 2 decades of disappointment, as almost $1 billion of ecosystem restoration projects within Palm Beach County were approved by Congress in 2000 in what became known as the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, or CERP. Many of the CERP components planned to be in the county were to benefit our Lake Worth Lagoon estuary. And of course, like most of the restoration projects for the Everglades, in addition to restoring the ecosystems, they were anticipated other benefits to flood control, our water supply, and our water quality. But as of today, other than the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project, which was authorized by Congress in 2020, there are currently no plans to implement CERP projects in the county that would benefit the lagoon or improve our region's water resources. For several years, I've been talking to stakeholders and trying to engage state and federal leaders about water resources, our water resource needs here in Palm Beach County. I've been in contact with our Congresswoman Frankel, asking her help to help allocate federal dollars that can help us with our water needs. And just recently, I sent a letter to the Army Corps commenting on their integrated delivery schedule, which really creates the roadmap for the ecosystem restoration projects and implementations through 2032. I intend to keep you all appraised of what's happening while I continue to advocate for projects that achieve the water resource needs of our region. In the coming weeks and months specifically, I'll continue to work with Jeremy McBrien to engage the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers as they identify and evaluate CERP priorities. And lastly, for all of you and to the people that are still watching or listening to us, I hope you'll join us this Saturday in downtown West Palm Beach. We're going to be celebrating our precious Lake Worth Lagoon Estuary at the 7th Annual Lagoon Fest. That's open, it's free. I hope you'll all be there and join me to learn more about the marvelous impact our lagoon has on us, and more about what we're doing to make it a better estuary and improve the quality throughout. And I can't thank the folks that were at ERM enough for their projects that they've completed over the years. I mean, we're really starting to see improvements in the lagoon. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss, and I'm sure our audience is hanging on every word that we speak here. Commissioner McKinley, you want to be recognized?
I do. I just want to thank Commissioner Weiss for his service on the Water Resources Task Force, and to let you know that I'm echoing those same concerns at the Lake Okeechobee Coalition, and also to recognize that some of our colleagues in other parts of the state are getting a little frustrated that so many state appropriations are coming to South Florida when there are so many water crises in other parts of the state as well. It's not just Lake Okeechobee and the Lake Worth and Indian River Lagoon and the Caloosahatchee Estuary. But I do think, Commissioner, and I'm really excited to see, and I'm assuming it was you who pushed to make sure that that language was included in the legislative agenda we just approved. But at some point, we may want to look at starting to do some of those things on our own. And I think we've brought up the idea of doing an environmental bond before, and that's an idea that should stay on the table.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I did have a county appointment, and so I want to make it public at this time, if I could, with your permission.
Of course.
Thank you so much. It's Mr. Arnold Katz, who is being reappointed to the Water Utilities Advisory Board. And speaking of water, it is a real tribute to Ali Bayat that we have gotten this amazing award. And going on that, it all comes from the top.
Let's get your appointment approved so that we don't
I'm sorry.
forget that.
Yes.
Can I get a second? I have a second by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor, all opposed, 6-0. Okay, rest of your report.
Wow, I feel relieved now, Vice Mayor. But I also want to commend our county administrator for all the awards we received today, because it's impressive. I know we're tired and I'm hungry. But looking back on this day, it is impressive how well we've done. The request for an off-site proclamation is going to declare November 2021 as Family Court Awareness Month in Palm Beach County.
And
Thank you,
Commissioner
Vice
Weiss has seconded your motion. All in favor, all opposed. We have a 6-0. That's all for you today?
Thank you.
Very good. All right, then it's my turn. First of all, obviously, as you know, the mayor is now helping with canvassing, and if you haven't voted, please consider voting if you're in House District 20, because that's certainly going to be an important district. There are 12 candidates who are looking for your vote, and I'm sure that this is a very important election if you're represented in House District 20. Several of us write pieces for the South Florida 100. I know Commissioner McKinley and I have periodically put contributions in there. This week I wrote about Senator Travis Hudson, who saw it fit to file Senate Bill 620, which is another attack on home rule, which would basically say, and excuse me, requiring counties and municipalities to compensate businesses for damages incurred when ordinances or charter provisions cause them economic damage. Hopefully this will not rise to the level of an approved bill. We certainly are seeing home rule attacked from the left and from the right, and there's a special session which again is going to be attacking home rule. I would hope our constituents who think that the local leaders and representatives are the ones that should be making decisions for them, are making decisions for them. We'll let our legislative delegation know that we would appreciate if they would continue to allow us to make those decisions. We also have learned that the 561 area code is about to be exhausted. There are so many people moving in here that in the next 2 to 3 years, they're going to have an overlay. So we're already in 10-digit dialing. If you're dialing now without an area code, pretty soon you're going to probably find that you get a fast busy because it's no longer going to work without the 561 in front of the phone number. There will be an overlay of some 3-digit number as our other area code in the next 2 to 3 years. You'll get word of that as we get word of it from the federal government, but that's coming also. Finally, I'm sorry our mayor isn't here today. This may be his last meeting as mayor of this body. We'll have several other meetings between now and our reorganization meeting, but it certainly has been an interesting 2 years of his being our mayor, and I certainly, for one, want to thank him for his steady leadership during what has been a trying 2 years, and I know we all appreciate the fact that we have gotten to this point today, and like I said this morning, I think I can almost see the end of where we've been, and we can start thinking more about where we're going. So on that final note, I'd like to say thank you, everybody, for letting me run this last few minutes of the meeting, and we are adjourned.